Hey guys, tonight we voyage to sun-drenched Hawaii, where island canoes once bore more than coconuts, and chiefs. They carried the earliest letters, inked by missionaries and courtiers alike, drifting in the trade winds toward distant shores. You probably won't imagine mail arriving by outrigger at dawn paddle strokes, echoing like a heartbeat against coral reefs, or smell the tang of salt water in wet envelopes. But that's precisely how Hawaii's postal tale begins. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop your island and local time in the comments. I love seeing where everyone's tuning in from. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Section 1. You stand on a lava-pocked shore just as the first light gilds palm fronds, watching a small canoe, its prow carved like a shark's tooth, glide into the bay. Inside a single pouch of letters, wrapped in oiled bark, waits its turn at the royal palace steps. This was the dawn of Hawaii's postal service, long before steamships or telegraph wires. Messages ferried by swift paddlers and village runners connecting scattered islands. Mainstream records note that in 1820, the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions sent Hawaii's first missionary dispatches back to Boston via trading schooners, marking the archipelago's earliest engagement with organized mail delivery. Historians still debate whether those canoe-borne messages constituted an official postal service or merely ad hoc correspondence among missionaries and chiefs. But their impact on island communication is undeniable. By 1830, word of mouth and paddle trails gave way to more formal routes. Letters bound for distant chiefs in Hilo or Lahaina were tagged in Hawaiian script Ka Laiona for Honolulu and entrusted to coastal canoe masters. Fringe lore holds that some islanders smeared letters with crushed kukui nut oil to waterproof them, giving letters a faint earthy scent long before true envelopes arrived. Mainstream archival materials, however, describe bark fiber envelopes treated with coconut husk tar for durability, and scholars still argue whether tar sealing preceded or followed the adoption of imported paper. In that early era, island ingenuity filled gaps no foreign supplier could reach. On your right, a small beach shack serves as a makeshift post office, its rough-hewn sign carved from driftwood, reading Nui Aloha Lika, Great Love Letters. A matronly wahine in a kapa cloth gown sorts bundles by colored tapa tags, red for internal dispatch, green for outgoing to Tahiti, and blue for letters bound to California. She dips her quill nib into inky soot gathered from coconut oil lamps, inscribing recipients' names with elegant loops. Mainstream missionary journals of the 1830s praise such organization, while historians still question how widely these color-coding systems extended beyond Oahu. Did Maui and Kauai adopt them too, or chart their own postal palettes? You lean forward as the wahin weighs a cluster of letters on a shell bowl, balance each shell marker equating to a paddle mile or canoe passage fee. Sea salt trickles from her fingers as she counts the cold grains clinging to damp bark fibers. Fringe island economy studies suggest that some chiefs exempted chiefs' sons and daughters from postage, a privilege so prized it inspired petty arguments over songbird dispatches. Mainstream economic research, however, finds scant legal texts confirming stamp-free nobility, leaving scholars to still debate whether exemptions stemmed from custom or coercion. Pausing, you inhale the briny air and feel history and salt entwine. In this dawn chorus of paddles, bark fiber envelopes, and coconut tar seals, Hawaii's first postal service took shape, rooted in island pace and resourcefulness, bridging chiefs and missionaries, canoe and schooner. And though scholars question many details, who truly founded the first post office, when color codes spread, or how tariffs were set, you can almost taste the coconut husk on your tongue, feel the paddle stroke spray across your face, and hear the hushed rustle of bark-wrapped letters, changing lives, one island at a time. You step inside the ochre-washed walls of the newly erected Honolulu Stamp Mint just as dawn's first gulls wheel overhead. Golden sunlight slants through open windows and sparks on polished wooden counters where craftsmen hunch over copper plates. This is the birth of Kingdom's first stamps, when 1851 saw Hawaii issue its inaugural postage, tiny painted tokens that would seal correspondence with a royal flourish you probably won't appreciate until you feel the weight of one pressed between your fingertips. At the center bench, a tall artisan in a starched white shirt and waistcoat meticulously carves the profile of Kamehameha III into a thick copper plate. His Burin tool whispers across the metal's surface, etching fine lines that will soon transfer inked impressions onto paper. Mainstream philatelic records confirm that on October 1st, 1851, Hawaii released 5 denominations: 2C, red; 5C, blue; 13C, green; 20C, orange; and 30C, brown. Each plate engraved in Aaron Smith's small Honolulu workshop and printed by Burnett and Tyler, making Hawaii the first non-European nation in the Pacific to issue its own stamps. Historians still debate whether Smith's appointment owed more to his royal connections or his copper engraving prowess, but his plate work, crisp lion's mane, curls around the king's visage, remains a marvel of island craftsmanship. Behind him, apprentices gild the edges of papier-mâché, coffer stamps prototype molds, dipped in beeswax, to test impressions before committing precious copper. The molds bear quirky initials: S for Aaron Smith B.K., for his business partner, Baldwin Kane, and even an E.M. for Emma Ruthers, the Queen's niece, who fringe lore suggests insisted on her initials as a playful nod to royal endorsement. Mainstream dispatches from the Hawaiian Gazette, however, make no mention of her involvement, and scholars still question whether Emma's initials ever truly marked proofs or simply circulated as a charming rumor among clerks. You inhale the scent of fresh ink ground from soot collected in coconut oil lamps and watch inkwells lined in fine snail shell dishes. A printer elbows, dusted with graphite to slow smudges, lays a fresh sheet of imported French paper on a small hand press. He rolls a brayer over the engraved plate, then positions the paper carefully before lowering the platen. A confident crank and a soft whump release the impression of vibrant green portrait framed by the words Hawaiian postage onto the sheet. Mainstream postal dispatches note that only 30 sheets of 2C and 20 of 5C were printed, initially reflecting cautious royal investment, but historians still debate how those print runs were determined, strict budget limits or uncertain demand among a small island population. As impressions emerge, a scribe at a side table inscribes denomination numbers and Hawaiian Iki Kaukani 2 cents, Elima Kaukani 5 cents beneath neat script using ink mixed from red sandalwood dye and local ohia bark. This practiced mingling of imported and native pigments yields colors both vibrant and distinct. Fringe color chemistry enthusiasts claim the Hawaiian red cartridge paper itself contributed to the stamp's vivid hue by slightly bleeding its dye during printing, though mainstream historians caution that accidental tints likely varied batch to batch rather than constituting deliberate design. Nevertheless, each 2C stamp bursts with a warmth you feel in your palm. Next, a royal courier, wearing a fine koa wood medallion, steps forward to inspect the first impression. He nods, then dips his finger into a small pot of stamp gum, made from native breadfruit sap, kneading it into a smooth, tacky paste. He spreads a thin coat on the back of a test stamp. Mainstream botanical studies confirm that breadfruit Artocarpus altilis sap yields a natural adhesive when combined with heated sugar, but historians still debate whether this gum resulted from intentional royal decree to replace imported gum arabic or from resourceful local improvisation when supplies ran low. In any case, the sap gum leaves a faint aromatic sweetness on your skin. Nearby, the mint's foreman examines a stack of perforation gauge proofs. These proof strips bear holes punched by hand rather than the later serrated rotary wheels, each hole uneven but functional. Fringe collectors prize these imperforate and rouletted variants as lick-and-stick relics, their rough edges a tactile reminder that early stamps required careful nipping from sheets. Mainstream philatelic catalogs list imperforate stamps up to 1864, yet they still argue over when and why Hawaii adopted European perforation machinery. As you run your finger along the preview strip's uneven cuts, faint burrs scratching your skin, you sense the awkward charm of human-powered precision. You turn to a demonstration table where a clerk demonstrates envelope folding and sealing with the new stamps. He folds a crisp sheet of wove paper into a letter, moistens the back of the 5C stamp with breadfruit gum, and presses it firmly to seal the flap. A quick row of elegant Hawaiian script along the fold, Ka'ipu Nui Maila, pledges the letter's safe journey to Maui's Iao Valley. Fringe etiquette manuals from the era detail elaborate sealing rituals, adding tiny botanical sprigs under the stamp, but mainstream correspondence records remain silent on such flourish. Yet, as the clerk tucks a sprig of dried ohia under the stamp's edge, you sense both practicality and pageantry entwined. In the corner, a missionary couple views a set of fanciful sample sheets where early experimental designs feature an erupting volcano or a native bird in flight instead of the monarch's profile. These trials never passed royal muster, and mainstream archives note they were consigned to the trash. Historians still speculate whether any proofs survived or if missionaries spirited them home as souvenirs. A fringe rumor claims a single bird stamp proof hangs today in a private Swiss collection, but scholars steam open sealed crates of archival material yearly in vain search. As the morning sun climbs, the small press drops its last impressions for the day. The king's chamberlain arrival, heavy-footed, enters to accept the first official sheet, a block of 2013C stamps destined for Ortega and Company shipping letters to San Francisco. He checks each plate number, inked in pencil, at the margin plate A2 for 13C, then bows and lifts the sheet to royal seal. Mainstream royal ledgers confirm the 13C rate covered both local and foreign mail, balancing the kingdom's coffers against expensive Pacific packet fees. Yet historians still debate whether rate structures favored missionary letters over commercial dispatches based on strategic alliance. You step outside where a small wooden kiosk stands beneath swaying palms. A new postmaster in a crisp uniform affixes a notice board announcing stamp availability at the Polynesian newspaper office, Kapiolani's Corner, and Agee's General Store. Missionaries and merchants gather, eyes bright with anticipation, clutching coin purses and scrap paper for addresses. Fringe social history accounts recall the festive stamp launch celebrations, drums, hula, and ukulele. But mainstream newspapers describe only a quiet distribution, leaving scholars to still argue which version better captures island spirit. A gentle trade wind teases the printed sheets, still drying on lines overhead. As you lean in to examine a freshly printed 20C orange stamp its hue like evening fire, you notice a faint watermark in the paper, a tiny pineapple motif added by the paper importer, detailing origin without defacing the stamp. Mainstream watermark catalogs list pineapple watermarks in 1852 issues, though historians still explore whether the motif rose from an import manufacturer trademark or a nod to local agriculture. Either way, that watermark glows faintly when held to light an island secret captured in fibers. Finally, A veteran letter carrier arrives by horse, the clop-clop of hooves dusting the mint's threshold. He brusquely tips his wide-brimmed hat, then loads satchels of freshly gummed affixed stamps and canceled covers onto his saddlebags. As he rides off toward distant settlements, you watch the 2C's red squares flutter in his saddle straps, tiny flags heralding the dawn of a postal revolution. In this moment you grasp the significance of Hawaii's first postage issues, royal portraiture, crystallized in Copper Island, botanicals, doubled as gum-native ingenuity, met imported techniques and scholarly debates about plates, rates of adoption, still echo through archives. Each engraved stamp, each imperfect perforation, each breadfruit gum smear carries the promise of connection between chiefs and commoners, islands and continents past, and the pages of history yet to be written. You step aboard a creaking schooner anchored off Kauai's windward shore, its hull laden with stacked sugarcane crates bound for San Francisco. Here unfolds sugarcane and sails, where the kingdom's booming sugar trade carved not only economic lifelines, but also postal arteries routes you probably won't picture as sticky unless you've endured a humid deck at dawn, envelope in hand, stamp dissolving under sweat and salt. As the deckhand unties a coil of hemp from the bow, you hear the low hiss of cane sap dripping from freshly cut stalks stored below. The hold's narrow hatch yawns open, and a wave of musty sugarcane scent washes up. Mainstream historian accounts confirm that by 1852, Hawaiian sugar exports exceeded 2,000 tons annually, transforming islands into a global supplier and demanding reliable mail service to coordinate plantation contracts, machinery orders, and seasonal labor arrangements. Historians still debate whether plantation owners lobbied the monarchy to establish direct packet ship connections, primarily for mail efficiency or economic advantage. But every spray of cane juice in the hold speaks of commerce shaping communication. You navigate past lines of coiled rope and step onto a platform where a large cedar barrel of molasses stands ready for the refinery. A seaman dips a brush into the thick black syrup and ceremoniously streaks it across the seam of a sea chest lock, an old mariner's trick to seal seawater out. Fringe lore among off-duty sailors claims they also smeared molasses behind stamps to reinforce breadfruit gum tackiness. In the tropics, though mainstream philatelic scholars scorn that practice as too sticky to be practical and warn it risked staining stamps irreparably. Yet as you breathe the rich fermenting sweetness, you imagine letters sealed in molasses-tinctured gum drifting safely through equatorial squalls. A sudden roll of the ship tilts you, and you steady yourself by gripping a polished mast where a faded Navajo-patterned sack hangs stuffed with mail bags. The sack's coarse weave rubs against your fingers. You peer inside to find bundles of bark fiber envelopes tied with coconut husks, each stamped with damp breadfruit gum that has partially liquefied in the hold steamy air. The envelopes slump in soggy clusters. Mainstream postal reports from the mid-19th century. Note: frequent mail spoilage on sugar clippers due to humidity and cargo off-gassing, while historians still debate whether onboard drying racks introduced in 1855 genuinely improved stamp adhesion or served mainly as decorative woodwork. But seeing those sagging bundles, you feel a pang of empathy for clerks who had to readdress soggy mail at the next port. Leaning over the rail, you dispatch a tin can, tied to a rope down to the crew's cook for fresh water. Salt spray beads on your envelope, darkening the frontier blue stamp's edges. A ship's carpenter passing by mutters, "Better than a dry mouth," for licks and flicks his finger at his own tongue-moistened stamp. Fringe sailor journals record secret licking contests to prove tongue endurance. Best Lick won an extra ration of hardtack, yet mainstream maritime correspondence manuals admonish against licking stamps, at all favoring water sponges that ironically risked oversaturation. Still, that carpenter's wry grin suggests ingenuity thrives, even when postal guidelines drown. On starboard, a crate of rolling barrels clanks as men shift cargo to balance the ship in a fresh breeze. Amid the barrels, you spot a stack of letter cases clamped to a barrel head with nails. The cases bear scorch marks from a mid-voyage cookfire mishap, enough to singe envelopes. Mainstream shipping logs confirm an 1858 incident when a sugar cutter's galley stove flare nearly torched the mailroom, prompting temporary relocation of mail cases to the forecastle. Historians still vary on whether that accident spurred widespread galvanization of mail chests or simply anecdotal warnings in captains' diaries. You shiver at the thought of letters singed mid-ocean postage stamps, half rubbed ash and half ink. A sudden swell sends a jolt through your ribs enough to tip open a hatch where a basket of dry coconuts rattles loose. One coconut tumbles out, spilling its copra inside the hold dust, stirring around the mailbags. A steward curses softly, scooping stray white shavings from inside damp envelopes. Fringe compendia on tropical steamer trials propose that coconuts once served double-duty grating into press cake for fire starter and as emergency desiccants for damp mail. Mainstream shipping manifests, however, list coconut cargo separately and make no mention of emergency mail drying uses, leaving scholars still divided whether crews improvised or if modern authors simply romanticize island resourcefulness. In any case, the coconut husk bristles against your palm, feel absurdly fitting in this sticky odyssey. In the shadow of the mizzenmast, a tall figure adjusts a signal flag, then doubles back to the mail cases. The figure is the master steersman appointed by plantation magnate Samuel Damon to ensure cargoes and correspondence arrived in unison. He explains that mail bags rode in the hold until the ship cleared reefs, then transferred to deck crates for faster access. This practice reduced mail damage but exposed letters to wind-blown sugar dust. Mainstream shipping logs record improved delivery times after this change, though historians still question whether the deck's exposure increased theft risk in open harbors, prompting design of lockable mailboxes on deck. Watching the steersman's deft hands stow mail bags in a teakwood crate secured by brass clasps, you admire his attention to fragile trust amid vast rolling trade. As the schooner's figurehead, an upturned sugarcane stalk stylized into a shark motif, cuts through surf, you join the carpenter on deck, where a wide spare plank serves as an impromptu mail table. He balances his mallet and chisel, then places flat boards to work on wooden stamp gouges for next voyage's stock. He carves new perforation guides into sugar-hardened planks. Mainstream craft histories note that some shipboard carpenters doubled as auxiliary mint hands, sharpening perforation pins when ashore workshops closed. Historians still debate whether these shipmints produced official stamps or merely repaired stamps for later reissue. Yet, under the lens of cabin lanterns, you watch him fashion a rudimentary perforation strip that, though uneven, will serve admirably in a pinch. Night falls, and you take refuge in the captain's cabin, where a small brass rail holds a water jar and a damp sponge. The cabin steward demonstrates the preferred sea fresh lick, dabbing the sponge lightly before pressing the stamp's gum side to ensure just enough moisture. Mainstream guidelines from the Postmaster General's 1854 circular recommended sponge usage to avoid saliva-borne bacteria attacking stamps, while historians continue to assess the circular's reach across remote islands. Yet, here, beneath the cabin's lantern glow, you glimpse the uneasy truce between official protocol and seafaring pragmatism. A hush falls as the ship's cook signals supper with a single bell, a melodic ring that ripples through the rigging and draws you up on deck. While the crew gathers below you, remain among the barrels and crates, cradling a bundle of letters destined for Lahaina. You notice that within the bundle, a few stamps have partially separated, gum dissolved in fuzzy swaths, the horrid result of sustained humidity, sugar dust, and occasional seawater. Fringe restoration specialists claim sailors used marine-grade varnishes, turpentine mixed with coconut oil to salvage such damaged stamps. Mainstream conservationists warn such treatments irreversibly alter paper fibers, still debating whether any survived shipboard testing. You decide to tuck the worst stamps deep inside the bundle, hoping none will draw a clerk's ire when they arrive. Above the ship sails on a peak of wind and wave, a late Japanese junk makes gentle headway nearby, its crew likewise hauling mail across waters. You ponder how sugarcane and sails together defined Hawaiian mail routes, plantations funding schooner lines, seafarers trading letters for cargo space, islanders developing improvised adhesives in place of factory gums, and scholars still arguing whether official channels or informal network of canoes and clippers truly served as backbone of postal service. As you stare across phosphorescent sea foam, you realize that every drop of cane juice spilled in the hold, every grain of sugar dust alighting on an envelope, and every shipboard sponge-kissed stamp etched this chapter of postal history in tropical memory. In the hush before supper, you open one resilient letter, its 5C blue stamp holding firm despite salt and sugar. It bears a note from a sugar magnate on Molokai, instructing a mill manager to ship next month's entire kosher crop to San Francisco, and reminds him to affix the correct 13C/green stamps for all international mail. The handwriting loops elegantly. By ocean swift and letters, sure may kingdom's sweetness bind us all. You tuck the envelope into your satchel, a tangible promise of connection sealed by sugarcane and sails. As the crew descends into the mess below, you linger on deck letters, clutched to your chest, feeling the trade wind's lullaby beneath a vault of stars. In this world of sugar cane and sails, mail routes map the tides of commerce and community alike. Each sticky surprise aboard ship, a reminder that even the most delicate of messages must brave the elements, and that scholarly debates will forever swirl around. Which storm shaped policy versus which shaped postage? You find yourself beneath a broad banyan tree in downtown Honolulu, its spreading roots like silent guardians of passing letters. Here unfolds sap-sealed secrets, where Hawaiians tap the abundant flora to craft natural gums, an ingenious substitute you probably won't imagine unless you've savored the sticky sweetness of breadfruit sap warmed by sun and sea breeze. A weathered kahu elder kneels beside a freshly felled breadfruit tree, his hands slick with milky latex. He guides a young apprentice to make a shallow V cut in the bark, careful not to girdle the tree. White sap oozes forth, thick as drizzle, on ripe mangoes, collecting in a coconut shell bowl at the cut's base. Mainstream ethnobotanical studies confirm that breadfruit Artocarpus altilis sap contains adhesive proteins and complex carbohydrates ideal for gum, while historians still debate whether Hawaiian royalty formalized its postal use or if pragmatic missionaries adopted it first when imported gums ran out. As you dip a finger into the viscous sap, it stretches in pearly threads, clinging to your skin like a living memory of island ingenuity. Nearby, on a low wooden table, lie several glassine envelopes awaiting seals. A clerk selects one and brushes the sap onto its flap with a small piece of hibiscus wood bark, creating a delicate even layer. He presses the flap firmly, then smooths the edges with a mother-of-pearl shell, ensuring no air pockets. Fringe horticultural lore suggests that hibiscus wood added subtle antifungal properties, preventing mold in humid mail bags. Mainstream postal reports from the 1850s credit only breadfruit sap's tack, leaving secondary botanical additives unrecorded. Yet you breathe the faint tang of hibiscus, mingling with breadfruit, sensing a hidden synergy. A devoted group of missionary ladies gathers under the thatched veranda, their sunbonnets shielding them from idle gossip. Each woman is armed with a slender bamboo spatula and a shallow tin of sap gum blended with powdered charcoal to darken the adhesive rim. They methodically apply the gum to stamps already perched on letters from Boston and affix them humming hymns to keep spirits high through repetitive work. Mainstream missionary correspondence logs note that such gatherings served as fellowship and productive enterprise, yet historians still question how widely these sticky socials spread among secular circles. As their gentle chatter drifts across the courtyard, murmured prayers for safe passage, you feel the gospel of sap sealing both letters and sisterhood. You wander into the postmaster's office, a cool stone chamber lined with cane-woven mats, where packets of copal resin sit alongside breadfruit bowls. The postmaster, a dignified Kanaka Maoli in a western coat, dissolves a small piece of copal in heated coconut oil to create a harder water-resistant seal for overseas mail. He then deftly applies the resin gum to the back of a 13C green stamp destined for London. Mainstream trade records confirm limited copal imports from Melanesia in the 1840s, prized for varnish rather than postage. Historians still debate whether Hawaiians leveraged copal for stamps out of creative necessity or influenced by visiting shipwrights who used it on hulls. Yet, when you touch the cooled resin, it feels smooth and glassy, a tropical varnish preserving messages through storms at sea. At the edge of a bustling lane, a taro patch edges onto a small private yard. A Kanaka, native woman, breaks off a succulent taro leaf stalk, the stem's inner pith, exuding a clear gel. She rubs the gel between her fingers as if testing oil, then dabs a corner of a letter's flap before pressing. The gel's silky slip transforms into a gentle tack once it dries in the trade wind. Fringe. Culinary reconstructions claim taro gel starches added a glossy finish to seals, though mainstream agrarian texts focus on its culinary value, not adhesives. Nonetheless, as you handle the sealed flap, you admire its subtle sheen and acknowledge that even humble plants can yield hidden treasures. Nearby, a row of kukui nut halves lies drying on sun-warmed stones. A post clerk smashes nuts, heating the oily kernels until they seep their fat. He then blends the oil with breadfruit sap, creating a flexible, weatherproof gum for letters crossing sun-baked plains or torrential mountain rains on Maui. Mainstream ethnographic accounts reference kukui oil's use for lamp fuel and skin protection, while historians still explore its role in adhesives. Few written sources mention postal use. As you inhale kukui's nutty warmth, entwined with sap's vegetal sweetness, you glimpse a formula born of island multitasking. In a shadowed corner, a small mortar holds a paste of pumice stone powder mixed with sap gum, used to control tackiness for stamps on delicate Sunday best invitations. A clerk grinds the pumice into the sap until it reaches a silky, light grip consistency. Fringe, philatelic journals marvel at these gentle seals for preserving delicate lace envelopes, while mainstream stamp policies emphasize standardized gum thickness, leaving custom blends undocumented. But feeling the paste's airy drag against your palm, you appreciate how island artisans calibrated gum to each task's nuance. A decorative kappa, cloth-painted bark cloth, hangs nearby its vibrant geometric patterns, framing a small demonstration of gum durability tests. A clerk affixes sample stamps, sealed with various saps, breadfruit, taro copal, and kukui, then presses them under a coconut fiber pillow for 24 hours. He lifts each to examine adhesion and paper discoloration. Mainstream postal experiment. Logs note. Similar tests were conducted by Mint officials in 1853 to standardize gum blends for bulk production, while historians still debate how widely experimental results influenced daily practice. Yet, here you witness practice without formal documentation, the hum of trial and error echoing across generations. A passing peddler, his back laden with baskets of sweet potatoes and melons, pauses to inquire about sending a letter to his family on Kauai. The clerk smears a quick coat of taro sap, so thin it practically vanishes once dry. He hands over the sealed note wrapped in pandanus leaf and waves him on. Mainstream demographic studies highlight rural reliance on such field-ready seals, when villagers lacked access to city-minted gums, while historians still parse how supply chains of adhesive materials evolved alongside postal routes. You watch the peddler drift away, amazed that even in remote patches of the islands, writing bore the hallmarks of botanical chemistry. At a long wooden table, beneath a banana frond canopy, a cluster of European visitors, merchants, and naval officers observes the sap-sealing demonstration with fascination. One dips a finger into breadfruit gum, lifting it in a sticky thread, then dabs it onto his own wrist to test. He proclaims it remarkably tenacious, prompting the group to murmur and scribble notes in travel journals. Mainstream travel narratives from the 1850s do reference travelers trading stamps for island gums, but historians still debate whether European journals exaggerated sap's virtues to embellish exotic voyages. Yet, as you see them marvel at indigenous innovation, you sense a cultural exchange that transcends mere commodity. An elderly kahuna, traditional healer, approaches his nose, wrinkling at the smell of rancid coconut oil in a nearby vat. He scoops a handful and sprinkles a handful of yellow turmeric into the sap gum for a natural antiseptic boost, believing letters bearing turmeric would ward off disease during epidemics. Fringe folk medicine texts celebrate turmeric's germ-killing power, applied to seals, while mainstream medical historians caution against unfounded prophylactic claims. Still, the bright ochre hue in the gum signals not just stickiness, but spiritual protection, a talismanic seal against unseen threats. As the afternoon sun wanes, you notice a small kiln tucked behind the mint, where leftover sapgum residue on broken plates is fired to a charcoal powder. This powder becomes a cleaning scrub for copper plates, ensuring crisp engraving lines for the mint's next run. Mainstream mint maintenance records from 1854 mention plate cleaning schedules but omit specific methods, while historians still speculate about indigenous contributions to minting technology. Yet, watching residue transform to ash in orange flames feels like the cycle of creation and renewal, so essential to Hawaiian culture. Finally, you step into the postmaster's courtyard where a tied bundle of letters awaits dispatch. Each bears a glossy seal, combining breadfruit sap and crushed kukui paste testament to botanical alchemy. A gentle trade wind ruffles the envelopes, and you inhale the layered scents of sapnut oil, turmeric, and hibiscus. Mainstream philatelic guides note the longevity of island-made gum, with letters arriving years later intact, yet historians still debate how long these adhesives retain tack under tropical conditions. You slip a sealed letter onto a waiting canoe's gunwale and watch paddlers vanish into twilight, each paddle dipping into sea and hope. In this world of sap-sealed secrets, you've traced sap from living trees to letter flaps, seen how Hawaiians transformed local resources into adhesive marvels, and witnessed creative blends: breadfruit gum, koki seeds, taro, gel copal resin, each stamped into postal lore. Scholars may still argue who invented what blend, how widely techniques spread, and which botanical addition mattered most. But as you feel the sap's lingering stick on your fingertips, you carry a tactile memory of island ingenuity, where post and plant conspired to bind hearts and homes across the Pacific's vast embrace. You step into the cool shade of the king's private pavilion, lacquered mahogany columns gleaming in filtered sunlight, while fragrant kaiaway blossoms drift on warm breezes. Here unfolds royal edicts and ink, where sovereign directives shaped postal practices and letter-sealing rituals, commands you probably won't expect to encounter unless you've pondered how a monarch's decree dictated not just who could mail letters, but how they did so with quill and sap. A guardsman in crisp blue tunic salutes as you approach a low ebony table set with quills, ink pots, and parchment rolls. At its center sits the fabled royal seal of Kamehameha III, a circular bronze die etched with the king's crowned profile, and the words Ua Mau Ke Ea Oka Aina Ika Pono. The life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness. Mainstream royal archives confirm that in 1847, Kamehameha III decreed the formation of a kingdom postal department, ordering use of this seal on all official correspondence to assert sovereignty amid mounting foreign pressure. Historians still debate whether the king's intention leaned more toward practical administration or symbolic nation-building, but seeing the seal's weight and heft makes you feel the monarchy's power embossed into metal. A clerk wearing a finely pleated kapa cloth sash dips a quill made from albatross feather into a sun-heated ceramic inkwell. The ink, an intense midnight black, shimmers with flecks of powdered coral black pigment bound in vine sap gum. You lean in, inhaling the subtle marine tang of coral dust mingled with sap's vegetal warmth. Fringe ink-making treatises claim coral pigment carried antiseptic properties, preventing mold on damp parchment in rainy Honolulu seasons, while mainstream conservation studies emphasize coral's fine granules provided unparalleled ink permanence. Historians still sift through fragmentary workshop notes to discern whether these properties influenced royal edict durability or simply delighted court scribes seeking lasting elegance. The clerk taps the quill's tip against a small granite ink grinder, murmuring a quiet chant. May each stroke bind words firm as sacred kapu. Mainstream ethnographic accounts of Hawaiian ritual practice note that certain chants accompanied carved wood polishing and kapa beat preparation. But historians still argue whether scribal chants existed or belonged to later revival narratives. Yet, as you feel the quill's tremor against granite, that whispered phrase reverberates like a vow, anchoring ink to parchment. A drawer opens to reveal meticulously labeled bottles of imported and local ink supplies, Indian gall nut extract, pomegranate dye tinctures, and kukui oil emulsions. The clerk selects a vial of nut gall ink, rich, slightly acidic, and deceptively resilient to water. He pours a few drops into the inkwell, stirring with a silver rod, stamped Postmaster's Office, 1853. Mainstream botanical studies trace gall ink recipes to European manuscripts circulating in missionary circles by the 1830s, while historians still debate whether native ink recipes faded or coexisted alongside imports. Yet, watching those black droplets swirl into sap creates a gleaming pool promising each letter's lines to hold firm. You step back to watch as the chief scribe, a poised kahuna priest scribe, robed in fine white, lava rock stone dusted bark cloth, unfurls a royal edict parchment, a broad sheet of imported English wove paper trimmed with kapa cloth borders. The edict's calligraphy loops across the surface in elegant Hawaiian and English side by side. By royal command, all letters carried beyond Lahaina shall bear the 20C orange stamp. Mainstream archives confirm such bilingual proclamations aimed to bridge native and foreign communities. Yet historians still dissect whether English clauses held more sway among merchants, or if Hawaiian text served chiefly ceremonial function. Regardless, the dual script's visual harmony feels like a handshake between worlds. As the kahuna raises a small blowpipe lamp to enhance parchment contrast, you catch the faint scent of kukui oil smoke and sense each letter's gravity. He pronounces the edict aloud, his voice low and sonorous, then presses the bronze seal into a thick daub of sand-dry sapgum. The seal's clean imprint, king's profile, circled by royal motto, leaves a raised bronze sheen on the parchment. Fringe scholars of monarchic ritual argue this act consecrated mail as sacred trust, while mainstream legal historians see it simply as authentication protocol. Historians still debate whether ecclesiastical blessing accompanied seal pressing. But in that fleeting moment you feel both law and liturgy converging. Nearby tidy rows of official dispatches await, sorting into colored baskets, blue for foreign policy, green for plantation communications, and red for judicial matters. You lift a red-tagged dispatch, an order from the King's Council mandating stricter penalties for mail pilferers caught resealing royal letters. Hefty lines in Hawaiian read, Himea ala ika pa'ahileka, aka'a ika malama. Tampering with mail incurs strict caretaker's wrath. Mainstream judicial records note 1855 amendments to the kingdom's penal code to protect postal integrity, while historians still ponder whether enforcement favored chiefs' privileges or applied equitably to commoners. Yet, as you hold that parchment, you feel the letter's weight not just in paper, but in punitive power. A court musician drifts by, plucking a gentle refrain on a ukulele carved from mango wood, an ambient accompaniment to council decrees. He pauses, then softly sings a traditional Malay chant, invoking Hi'iaka's swift feet, a symbolic nod to swift letter delivery. Fringe music postal intersections propose that Malay once functioned as mnemonic for mail rates or routes. Yet mainstream folklorists remain skeptical. Such chants doubled as postal jingles. Still, the chant's ethereal rise and fall lends royal edicts a pulse beyond ink and metal. On a side table lies a curious edict tablet artifact, a small lava rock slab inscribed with cuneiform-like shapes alongside Hawaiian script. The museum-curated piece, discovered in a palace excavation, bears a proclamation reading, "Stamp, use, henceforth, required on all outgoing missives." Mainstream epigraphic teams date the slab to the late 1850s, linking lithic proclamations to royal innovation, while historians still debate whether the tablet served for public notice or remained a ceremonial relic. Standing before it, you marvel at the hybrid of ancient writing tradition, imagined in Hawaiian context, as if carving postal law into living stone. Returning to the pavilion center, You observe the postmaster, a dignified Hawaiian gentleman in a crisp frock coat presiding over a gathering of foreign merchants. He distributes ink sets, sealed in pandanus leaf packets, each containing gallnut ink, coral pigment, a quill, and a vial of sap gum. For your correspondence, he intones gesturing with regal calm. Mainstream diplomatic accounts underscore such gestures' role in forging alliances. Ink sets as tokens of royal favor, while historians still explore whether recipients repaid favors with preferential shipping rates or remained detached. But, seeing the merchant's eager acceptance, you sense how ink bridged trade and treaty. A humble lawyer presents a stamped letter to the postmaster arguing a rate dispute. My lord, this letter to Tahiti required 30C, not 20C, per edict of last quarter. The postmaster consults a thick postal tariff scroll, its parchment margins neatly annotated in both scripts. After a careful review, he nods and adjusts the fee, sealing the lawyer's envelope with a final touch of sap gum and royal seal. Fringe legal historians cite this case as evidence of evolving postal bureaucracy, while mainstream scholars note its scarcity in formal records, leading debates over how often royal edicts truly shaped everyday postal practice. Yet you witness governance in motion, a living dialogue between law ink and human need. As the sun dips low, the pavilion's wood floors gleam with golden light, and you sense the day's weight in every ink-stained fingertip and sap-glossed seal. Each quill stroke, each seal impression, each bilingual line carved into parchment binds the kingdom's people together. Chief to commoner, island to ocean monarch, to merchant. Before you depart, the kahuna pulls a small ink-dipped fern frond and inscribes a final line. O ke aloha ke kuleana, o ka olelo ke pili. Love binds obligation and word binds connection. He then seals it with both bronze die and steadfast quill flourish. You step back, feeling that phrase echo in your chest, love and words, duty and connection woven through royal edicts and ink seals, an ambient testament to the power of letters under Hawaiian skies. You leave the pavilion carrying a single sealed edict in your satchel, a declaration that all letters must bear breadfruit gum seals and coral pigmented ink. As you walk away, the lingering scent of kukui oil smoke and coral dust trails after you, a fragrant reminder that in Hawaii's royal courts, even postal procedure was suffused with ceremony symbolism and scholarly debates that continue to shape our understanding of island correspondence. You settle into a shaded alcove near the banyan's giant roots, the air heavy with the sweet hum of white-plumed kolea birds and distant surf. Here unfolds licking innovations, where Hawaiians perfected the art of adhering tiny postage squares with nothing more than their own breath and tongue, an ambient ritual you probably won't master without first feeling the gentle warmth of breath-moistened gum, the faint tickle on your tongue and the soft click of paper sealing itself shut. You hold a 2C red stamp between forefinger and thumb, its edges crisp as a fresh leaf. Bending your head forward, you touch the stamp's back lightly with the flat of your tongue, careful to avoid rough spots. Instantly, the breadfruit gum adhesive applied days earlier, and now, tacky with age, yields to saliva softening in a tender embrace. Mainstream postal manuals from the 1850s describe this technique as the standard method most agreeable to island tongues, citing its simplicity and the scarcity of clean water for dampening stamps. Historians still debate whether Hawaiians ever experimented with wetted sponges or imported gum arabic in significant quantities. But here, in the soft press of gum to paper, you sense a tradition refined by necessity and preference. A gentle breeze ruffles the bench's woven mat as you smooth the moistened stamp onto an ivory-white carta envelope. The paper accepts the stamp with a barely audible whisper, a soft psst that resonates like a seashell's lullaby when held to the ear. Fringe philatelic enthusiasts claim that some postal clerks could discern a sender's identity by subtle variations in licking style tongue, pressure saliva, pH, even rhythmic tongue. Taps, though mainstream scholars dismiss such notions as romantic speculation. Historians still argue whether any such lick fingerprint ever influenced male authentication, but as your fingertip brushes away stray gum filaments, you feel each lick weave personal signature into island correspondence. Nearby, a row of wave-washed lava stones serves as a makeshift stamp-licking station. Clerks moisten stamps by pressing them gently against these stones, using residual moisture collected overnight in pumice pores. You try it, pressing the stamp's gum side to the cool, damp rock, then lifting and affixing to the envelope. This technique, still alive among rural post runners, spares brushes and sponges while leveraging Hawaii's volcanic geology. Mainstream rural postal reports note its practicality in outlying areas, while historians continue to debate how widespread stone licking truly became once breadfruit sap gum rose in popularity. Yet, feeling the stone's cold relief on your tongue, you appreciate how Hawaiians turned island resources into humble innovations. A group of missionary school children giggles as they line up to practice licking stamps under the watchful eye of their teacher. Each child dabs a single whole coral shell scoop into a small dish of water, then lightly taps the stamp's back before a decisive tongue press. The teacher, her voice soft as dawn, corrects their posture, whispering, "Tongue flat, not just tip. Seal gently, not with a bite." Mainstream educational circulars from the 1860s emphasize formal instruction in stamp sealing to prevent torn stamps and ensure uniform adhesion, yet historians still inspect surviving school primers for evidence of standardized licking lessons. Observing the children's careful concentration, you realize that licking stamps became part of early literacy pedagogy, blending manual dexterity with postal protocol. Across the courtyard, an elderly immigrant sugar master carries a porcelain water dropper, preferring a microdose of pure spring water to moistened stamps. He squeezes a single droplet onto the gum, then evenly spreads moisture with his fingertip, eschewing direct licks for refined precision. While sponges risked overwetting and rural stones lacked consistency, this dropper method ensured stamps lay flat without bleed-through. Fringe confectionery journals laud this as an ephemeral art form, akin to icing sugar decoration, but mainstream postal edicts caution that water sources risked contamination. Historians still debate whether dropper use spread beyond elite circles or remained a niche practice, but watching the sugar master's measured drop, you sense gourmet care imbued into postal tasks. A gentle clang echoes as an apprentice tolls a small copper bell to signal stamp sealing time in the Honolulu post office. Clerks pause mid-task to stand sip sweetened kukui nut coffee and then return to their benches, but not before moistening stamps once more for a final check. Mainstream operational records describe these stock moistening breaks as part of daily workflow to prevent gum skinning over in dry office air. Historians still wonder if the bell's signal marked genuine efficiency measures or evolved into a leisurely ritual, but as the bell's notes fade into coral dust motes dancing in lamplight, you feel the practice's ritual comfort. At a side table, a row of glassine stamp packets awaits inspection. Clerks inspect each packet's corners to ensure previous licks haven't left gum residue on adjoining stamps. When residue appears a telltale faint stripe, they use a tiny rubber erase tip to gently lift excess gum, avoiding damage to the stamp's design. Fringe stamp restoration manuals argue this delicate work evolved from kappa cloth cleaning skills, while mainstream conservationists credit French philatelic innovations introduced via Honolulu's port. Historians still puzzle over when rubber erasers first reached Hawaiian soils, but watching the clerk's gentle friction, you glimpse the nexus of global exchange and local care. A traveling sailor sits off to one side, drying his tongue after a vigorous lick. He gently pats his lips with a sand-soft cloth to remove tacky residue before he navigates back to the dock, lest a stray gumdrop cling to his lantern or compass. Fringe sailor memoirs recount pucker burns from repeated licking in sun-blown decks, with some mariners resorting to vinegar rinses to soothe tongues. Mainstream medical journals of the era, however, warned sailors against direct licking, citing high rates of oral thrush among long-distance crews. You dip into a small flask of salted water, hauling solution from the ship's ration to rinse your mouth, marveling at how even mundane postal practice carried health considerations. Back in the main hall, the postmaster presides over a demonstration of advanced licking technique, holding a stamp to his closed lips, exhaling warm breath just behind it, before a swift tongue press. This method prevents direct spit contact with the gum-reducing microbial growth and preserving adhesive integrity. Mainstream postal bulletins circulated in 1858 recommended this steam lick approach for high-value mail, though historians still debate whether it gained traction outside Honolulu's central office. Yet, seeing the postmaster's confident breath misting, you feel innovation's gentle exhalation infuse everyday practice. You lean against a pillar, watching as monarchist courtiers, especially royal pages, lick their stamps with exaggerated flair, their tongues flicking in ornate arcs before pressing stamps onto crimson velvet-lined dispatch boxes. These theatrics served both function and fashion, demonstrating loyalty through careful handling of royal dispatch and subtly signaling status through flourish. Fringe court etiquette accounts speculate that pages practiced elaborate licks to show devotion, while mainstream court records mention only that pages sealed letters properly. Historians still sift through palace diaries to find references to licking as ceremonial demonstration rather than mere utility. Yet, witnessing those tongue arcs, artful, deliberate, and unmistakably performative, you sense how licking stamps became choreography unfolding royal authority. A gentle hush falls as a guest of honor, the British consul, steps forward to affix a special commemorative stamp raised Queen Victoria and Kamehameha, joint issue, moistened with sap gum and sealed with a single unwavering lick. He bows and lifts the envelope to his eye level as though inspecting a precious jewel. A hush ripples through the hall, and scholars still debate whether this joint issue ever saw official circulation or existed only as limited diplomatic proof. Regardless, that dignified lick measured respectful and at once globalized cements licking stamps not merely as chore, but as ceremonial seal of alliance. Finally, as crimson twilight deepens, you gather the last licked and sealed letters into a canoe-shaped wooden basket. Each envelope's soft click against its neighbor, the tick of tongue to paper, echoes like oars dipping into still water. Mainstream dispatch logs confirm this basket, set off for Maui under moonlight tides, carrying months' worth of correspondence, sealed by sap-spit sponge or stone. Historians still chronicle which adhesive methods proved most reliable on evening crossings. But as you gently tilt the basket toward the dock, you feel the weight of island ingenuity bound in every careful lick. You step back onto the quay, the basket at your side, and watch the canoe slip into tidal currents. In your mind's ear, each click, psht, and gentle breath sigh of licking stamps blends into an ambient lullaby, the echo of personal connection forged by tongue gum and ingenuity. And as you drift into night's embrace, you carry the soft hum of licking innovations. Every lick a bridge from mouth to memory, island to island, heart to paper. You rise before dawn, the air heavy with moisture and the scent of damp earth as you step into the Honolulu post office courtyard. Baskets of freshly printed stamps await inspection under dripping eaves, their colors vivid against the misted air. Here unfolds tropical humidity hurdles, where Hawaii's year-round warmth and moisture conspired to challenge even the most steadfast adhesive, creating postal puzzles you probably won't picture unless you've watched tiny gum curls droop from stamp backs like wilted petals in the steamy air. Rows of wooden drying racks stand beneath the eaves, each tier piled with sheets of 2C reds, 5C blues, and 13C greens. You lean in and examine a sheet of 5C blues. The rich indigo hue bleeds ever so slightly into the paper's fibers, forming soft halos around each portrait of Kamehameha III. Mainstream Mint reports from 1853 note that printing inks, especially water-based indigos, risked running in high humidity, prompting printers to add small amounts of gum arabic to fortify color. Historians still debate whether local printers imported true gum arabic or relied on native breadfruit gum substitutes for pigment stability. But as you smell the faint aroma of sap and ink mingling in the air, you grasp how ink chemistry became a tropical negotiation. A clerk approaches with a stack of test strips, narrow paper bands coated in sap gum and stamped with a single 20C orange. He holds them aloft under the morning sun and watches as tiny beads of condensation form on the gum surface, threatening to pool and run. He murmurs, "Moisture, its archenemy," echoing a remark found in official circulars, warning postal clerks that a single droplet can unstick a nation's correspondence. Fringe philatelic enthusiasts claim some early clerks tried dusting gum with fine talcum powder to absorb moisture, though mainstream postal archives lack documentation of such practice. Yet seeing those test strips glistening with dew, you feel the desperation that drove stopgap fixes. Near the stone well at the courtyard center, a group of rural post runners gathers to collect mail bags destined for windward settlements. Their embroidered tapa cloth satchels bear 2C red stamps on each flap, now curled at the corners and softened by dawn's mist. One runner, a wiry woman named Kaleo, dries her stamped satchel with a quick wave of a woven palm fan, murmuring a chant, "Wind of dawn, carry our words dry." Mainstream ethnographic studies confirm the use of palm frond fans to aid drying, but historians still parse whether such chants held literal ritual weight or simply offered a rhythmic focus for repetitive fanning. In Kaleo's steady waving, you sense both utility and cultural grace, a melding of function and tradition. A supervisor gestures to a covered ironing table, where a clerk presses damp stamps between two oiled cloths, gliding a heated iron of cast iron and koa wood over each sheet. The heat coaxes moisture from the gum, flattening curl and sealing ink. Mainstream Mint maintenance logs from 1854 detail the purchase of 8 handheld irons to combat humidity. Yet historians debate how widespread irons became beyond Honolulu's central office. Feeling the warmth radiate through your palms as you touch the iron's handle. You appreciate the lengths clerks went to salvage precious postage. Beyond the office, you step into a small ink-making courtyard where clerks test for moisture in their pigment suspensions. They pour ink into shallow dishes, watching for tiny surface ripples, signs of high humidity threatening to prevent proper settling on plates. When ripples appear, they stir in a pinch of local kaolin clay, washed from stream beds and sun-dried to thicken ink and reduce evaporation. Fringe archival lore extols kaolin's use in local pottery and candle making, while mainstream conservationists remark on its common incorporation into ink-binding formulas worldwide. As you watch the clay blend into ink, you see humidity's hand in shaping postal chemistry. Back inside the postmaster's office, an aged pandanus mat covers the desk under a kerosene lamp. Upon it lies a single 30C's brown stamp, whose gum has fully softened the edges stuck to the mat's weave. A clerk carefully peels it free with a bird feather stylus, saving the stamp for experimental dispatch only. Mainstream philatelic records note that such mat-stuck stamps sometimes required reapplication of gum, but historians still diagnose whether those stamps ever reached their destination or ended as mint room curiosities. You feel the stamp's lament in its slightly fuzzy edges and understand why collectors prize unused mint stamps from this period. In a quiet hallway, you overhear a discussion of ventilation solutions. Clerks propose installing louvered windows to increase airflow, while others advocate for installing small canal-drawn fans powered by stream water. Mainstream building plans from 1860 reference such proposals in postponed budgets, yet historians still debate whether any office achieved passive ventilation systems before the advent of mechanical fans in the 20th century. As you imagine wooden shutters swinging to drought-cooled breezes, you glimpse the architectural dimensions of battling tropical humidity. A newcomer clerk shows you a moisture indicator card, a piece of glazed cardboard printed with colored salts that change hue at specific humidity levels. He taps the card with a stamp of sap gum and watches the salt turn from pale green to deep indigo, an alert that it's time to move all stamped envelopes to covered elevated platforms. Fringe postal chemistry texts applaud these early experimental gadgets as precursors to modern desiccants, while mainstream postal historians note their limited distribution due to cost. Yet, the card's color shift under your gaze brings abstract humidity into vivid reality. At midday, a choir of rain cloud drums, large gourds beaten to mimic thunder, heralds an approaching squall. Clerks rush to cover stamp-drying racks with oiled canvas while apprentices dash to retrieve mail bags now at risk of soaking. Mainstream meteorological bulletins of the era document predictable trade wind showers, advising postal services to suspend dispatch during heavy rains. Historians still question how often rains truly halted mail versus merely hindering clerk comfort. As raindrops drum on canvas overhead, you stand amid postal ballet under monsoon skies. Inside, you observe a special drying chamber, a small room lined with lava rock walls, heated from below by lantern and lamp waste heat. Stacks of drying trays rotate on a lazy Susan, ensuring even air circulation. Mainstream infrastructure documents refer to smoke rooms used to dry fish and occasionally stamps, while historians still muse whether post offices repurposed smokehouse spaces or built dedicated drying rooms. Feeling the chamber's warm, smoky air envelop you, you sense both efficiency and culinary echoes in this unique postal innovation. Near evening, the postmaster convenes a humidity council, senior clerks, rural runners, maritime agents, and a representative from the Royal Mint. They debate next season's printing runs, adhesive formulas, and distribution schedules. One member proposes experimental stamps with water-repellent varnish, a thin shellac coat over gum to repel moisture. Fringe press announcements from 1859 hint at patent varnished adhesives, while mainstream mint records remain silent on any large-scale application. Historians still sift through private correspondence, seeking proof of such trials. You watch the council's animated gestures under oil lamps, feeling the gravity of decisions, balancing form, function, and island fate. A final novel approach catches your eye, a clerk dipping stamps in a solution of sea salt and alum, then blotting them on banana leaf panels. This treatment leaves microscopic salt crystals, reinforcing gum tackiness once dry. Fringe sea science journals celebrate this as tropical photogenesis, a serendipitous alignment of postal practice and oceanic chemistry, while mainstream chemical historians note risk of salt-induced paper degradation. Yet, as you feel the fine grain of salt on your fingertips, you recognize the boldness of island experimentation. As dusk falls and the final sheet of 30C browns slides off an iron rack, you reflect on the elaborate choreography behind every letter: sapgum tempering, stone moistening, iron pressing, kaolin thickening, chamber drying, council planning, and saltabling. Each innovation numbered and debated, yet none could fully vanquish Hawaii's humidity. Historians still chart which methods persisted and which fell by the wayside. But you appreciate the living laboratory. That was the island post office, where tropical climate shaped postal art through endless trial, error, and ingenuity. You step outside to the night air, the courtyard glistening from earlier showers, and hold aloft a single 13C green stamped letter: gum, firm, ink, crisp edges, curled but secure. As you walk toward the lava brick gate, You inhale the humid breeze, feeling the island's climate pulse through every fiber of paper and every bead of gum, a tangible reminder that in Hawaii's postal history, weather and wax danced as intimately as tongue and sap. You slip into the serene shade of a mission station courtyard, where whitewashed walls catch the slanted afternoon sun, and the scent of frangipani drifts over rows of winding stone pathways. Here unfolds missionaries' mail mix-ups, an age of earnest devotion tangled in petals and postmarks, where clerical errors and mislicked letters wove a tapestry of correspondence you probably won't fathom unless you've endured a misplaced missive slipping through ocean currents only to surface years later in a stranger's hands. A well-worn pine desk stands beneath a hibiscus-bowered veranda, its surface scattered with bundles of top-of-fiber letters tied in colored raffia. At its center sits an open mission logbook, inked in both Hawaiian and English, cataloging incoming and outgoing mail. One entry from May 12, 1856, reads, "Maria Kaili, Miss addressed to Mrs. Malia Kiley, Providence, Rhode Island," instead of Mills, Massachusetts. Letter rerouted via San Francisco, arriving 6 months late. Mainstream missionary archives document such errors with wry resignation, while historians still debate whether misaddressing stemmed from unfamiliarity with Western town names or transliteration quirks in Hawaiian script. Yet you feel the weight of each clerical slip echoing through months of ocean drift, every misguided envelope a lesson in cultural cartography. Leaning over you, lift a pale blue letter stamped 5C and addressed to Reverend John Lathrop Kalaheo, only to discover the postmark reads Kaloheo, an extra diacritic that baffled Honolulu clerks, sending the letter instead to Kailua first. Fringe philatelic enthusiasts claim that these diacritic-driven detours formed a unique subclass of postal errors prized by collectors, yet mainstream postal ledgers barely acknowledge them beyond brief margin notes. As you smooth the envelope's creased edges, you sense how a single mark, a tiny accent, could reroute hope and news across the Pacific. Nearby, a missionary wife busily opens an incoming packet, only to find love letters meant for another spouse in New Bedford, Massachusetts. Her cheeks redden as she clutches a wax-sealed note signed, "Ever yours, Agatha," meant for a distant sailor. She places the letter atop a to-be-returned pile, murmuring apologies to the silent veranda. Fringe social historians tease that early missionaries cataloged such romantic misdeliveries as spiritual strengthening exercises, while mainstream household diaries hint only at polite embarrassment. Still witnessing that moment of personal intrusion, strangers' affections laid bare, reminds you that mail, in its intimacy, cut both ways. At a low table, a young missionary schoolmistress examines a sheet of 90 small 2CR stamps, noting one missing corner resulting from an apprentice's impatient lick. She murmurs, "My dearest students, please one at a time." A quick tally reveals 2 more stamps, marred by saliva, floods their gum, running into ragged edges. Mainstream educational circulars from 1857 recommend supervised stamp sealing drills. Yet, historians still debate how formal these exercises became in mission schools. As students giggle in an adjacent classroom, bare feet tapping reed floors, you sense that even the best-intentioned training could fall prey to youthful exuberance. In the courtyard's corner, a stack of unclaimed letters grows under a careo tree. Each letter bears a tropical twist. One addressed to Mrs. K. Nalani actually belonged to Miss N. Kalani, another to Mr. H. P. Koa, miswritten as Mr. P. Koa, and several with illegible script folded into rich tapa bundles. The mission postmistress, her spectacles perched on her nose, reads each address aloud before filing it under unclaimed C. Messenger. Mainstream postal reports cite unclaimed rates up to 8% in 1858, while historians still parse whether illiteracy, homonymous names, or shifting village boundaries drove these accumulations. Yet, as you watch her patient sorting, you feel the human cost of every miswritten name. You wander to a mail call pavilion where a dozen Hawaiian porters gather at midday to collect letters for outlying villages. Each man clutches a personal satchel stamped with his name in wax, often affixed crookedly after a hurried lick. One porter, his satchel flap held by a single tape-like 5C blue, unfolds it only to discover 2 envelopes tucked inside one meant for him and another accidentally placed by a clerk. He pockets the extra letter, promising to deliver it himself on his homeward run. Mainstream rural service logs acknowledge self-help deliveries, though historians still debate how much of rural mail relied on incidental kindness versus formal runner networks. In that moment, you witness community bridging the gaps that official channels sometimes left yawning. A newspaper office next door receives a bundle of missionary letters meant for printing in the Hawaiian Evangelist. Instead, a clerk accidentally forwards them to the Pacific Commercial Advertiser, resulting in a front-page scoop titled "Pulpit Chatter, Missionaries' Private Affairs." Mainstream media retrospectives recall the 1861 incident as the Great Misprint Scandal, while historians still sift daily editions to gauge its true impact. The misprint ran for 3 editions before a frantic retraction, an early lesson in press postal coordination. You pick up a yellowed copy, its column margins spattered with corrective crossouts, and imagine the uproar among well-meaning correspondents. At dusk, a missionary family gathers for mail reading beneath oil lamp glow. The patriarch anxiously tears open a letter addressed in familiar script, only to read news of a friend's wedding in Sydney rather than his brother's birth in Boston. He passes the letter to his wife with a rueful shrug as children peer over shoulders expecting tales of home, but finding tales of distant Australia. Fringe oral histories suggest families turn such mix-ups into alternate reality exercises, pronouncing, "Tonight we marry in Sydney," with theatrical flair. Mainstream memoirs, however, recall such moments in tones of polite disappointment. Yet, in that shared moment of surprise and adaptation, you glimpse how mix-ups forged resilience and humor across oceans. A dedicated clerk of foreign mail steps forward, with a pouch bound for Vancouver, Canada, and discovers inside a set of barter trade receipts for salted fish. Someone, likely a missionary trader, dropped them into the mailbag by mistake. The clerk substitutes a stern scolding with a gentle grin. "Ah, trade winds carried wrong cargo. Hey?" He stamps the pouch, returned to sender, and repurposes the receipts for local barter. Mainstream commercial logs note similar incidents of mixed cargo mail, while historians still debate whether such barter receipts ever officially counted as postal items or existed in a shadow market. Watching him salvage value from error, you appreciate how frontier communities embraced imperfection. A clay seal press lies forgotten in a side chamber, its seal imprint half taken from a prior batch of missives. The postmistress presses it again by accident onto a new diplomatic dispatch, doubling the seal's impression in a muddy blur. She gasps, blots frantically with blotting sand, and issues a fresh seal. Yet historians still argue whether the original missealed letter reached its recipient or was quietly destroyed. That blurred seal, like a fingerprint, smeared, reminds you of the fragility of official authenticity. Finally, as night descends and the courtyard's torches gutter out, the mission's chaplain blesses the remaining mailbags with a simple prayer. May each misplaced letter find its true home. He bows over each bag, fingers lightly touching raffia ties. Mainstream missionary dispatch logs occasionally note clerical prayers offered during crises, while historians still search for corroborating diary entries. But standing there, under that starlit kiawe, you feel the sincerity of that prayer, a communal wish to mend mistakes and restore connections. You gather the last torchlit bundle meant for Molokai and watch porters carry it away, its seals and stamps flickering in lantern glow. In your satchel rests a single misaddressed envelope. You'll deliver it by canoe yourself at dawn. As you follow the porter's footsteps into soft night, you sense that every mix-up, misspell, misplace, misseal wove islanders closer through shared problem-solving humor and grace. In this realm of missionaries' mail mix-ups, you've encountered front-page misprints, religious remedies for misdelivery, and the gentle artistry of recovering from error. Scholars still debate the causes and frequencies of these mix-ups: clerical unfamiliarity, linguistic shifts, environmental factors, but each missent letter carries a story of adaptation, resilience, and community spirit. As you drift into rest, let the echoes of hasty licks, rerouted packets, and salvaged dispatches remind you that in correspondence, like in life, mistakes can become moments of connection, humor, and shared humanity. You step into the wide front hall of the Honolulu Post Office just as a shaft of golden light spills through louvered windows, illuminating rows of wooden pigeonholes stuffed with letters bound for every aisle and district. Here unfolds postmaster practices, where the daily choreography of clerks, sticky notes, and sapgum rituals formed a living system you probably won't imagine, complete with personalized filing marks, whispered shorthand, and a secret ledger of late lick stamps. A tall postmaster in a crisp frock coat strides to the center counter, where a polished koa wood desk holds a neatly stacked set of clay pigeonhole labels, each stamped with district names in bold Hawaiian script: Kona Hilo, Lahaina, Kauai. He selects a small object, a smooth lava rock paperweight engraved with his initials, PM, and the year 1857, and taps it 3 times on the desk, signaling clerks to bring forward yesterday's mail. Mainstream postal directories confirm that Honolulu's city postmaster issued daily roll calls at exactly 9 a.m. to synchronize deliveries across the archipelago. Historians still debate whether the lava rock tap served purely practical timing or also invoked traditional kapu blessings. Yet, as you hear the single thump, thump, thump echo, you feel both punctuality and ceremony entwined. At his side, a clerk opens a small glass bottle labeled Post-its, Sap Notes, thin strips of oiled tapa cloth coated with breadfruit gum on one side. He tears off a pale yellow strip, moistened just enough to tack lightly, and affixes it next to a pigeonhole marked Molokai. On it, he scrawls, "Delayed by rain." His ink flows smoothly, thanks to a dash of coral black pigment. Fringe philatelic enthusiasts claim these sap notes were secret weather stamps used by postmasters to document local conditions affecting delivery, while mainstream postal manuals make no mention of such annotations, attributing weather delays only to verbal bulletins. Yet, as you watch the sap note's gentle curl hug the label, you sense a practical innovation meeting the island's whims. Nearby, a veteran clerk flips open a worn, late-lick register, a small leather-bound notebook listing stamps moistened after official closing time. Rows of names, Kaleo Kawika, Malia, appear beside dates and denominations. 5C, May 3rd, 2C, May 4th. He shakes his head at a fresh entry. H.L. Emerson, 20C, Orange, May 8th. Mainstream disciplinary records note that a few tardy lickers each month incurred a fine of 1 extra cent added to postage, yet historians still debate whether fines ever enforced or remained theoretical. As you glimpse the clerk's wry smile, you realize the register existed less for punishment than communal amusement. A young apprentice steps forward, carrying a brass tally counter, clicking it once for every bundle of 10 letters that pass beneath the postmaster's gaze. The counter's rhythmic click-click provides a steady beat as letters are inspected for proper seals and postmarks. Mainstream operational logs from 1860 cite the adoption of tally counters to improve record accuracy, while historians still discuss whether counters replaced earlier shell bead systems or coexisted in regional offices. Yet the counter's soft cadence invites you into the post office's whispered hum, a mechanical metronome beneath sap gum arches. On a low shelf, a row of split coconut bowls holds sorted stamp scraps, tiny fragments of discarded 2C reds, 5C blues, and 13C greens. Clerks dip a clean fingertip into salty water and press it onto each bowl's rim before flicking scraps away with a practiced tug. Fringe scrap recycling lore suggests these fragments were remelted into emergency gum supply. But mainstream recycling accounts identify them as mere office waste until mid-20th century. Regardless, watching the clerk's deft finger flick remind you how every scrap counted, whether saved or sent away. A postal messenger saunters in, carrying a leather satchel, whose flap bears a faint snail shell impression, marking official mail. He opens it, and riffling inside produces a tiny quartz stopwatch worn smooth by years of pocket writing. He clicks it, noting the time it took to run letters from the Kailua post office to Honolulu. Mainstream performance logs from 1859 record official delivery times for rating post runners, while historians still debate whether such timings reflected genuine efficiency or rhetorical posturing to please ministers. As you observe him pocket the stopwatch, you sense tradition and modernity racing hand in hand. The postmaster clears his throat and retrieves a rolled chart, the seal integrity matrix, etched on a long strip of kapa bark. The matrix lists stamp gum blends, breadfruit, copal taro, against humidity levels, and holding times, sap, only 80%. Humid, 10 min dry failure, 2%. Copal blend, 80%. Humid, 8 min dry failure, 1%. Clerks consult this chart when deciding whether to groom stamps before distribution. Fringe postal science narratives herald the matrix as evidence of early tropical materials research, while mainstream archival prints note only scattered references, leading historians to still puzzle over its authorship and adoption. Yet, as you trace the faint kapa fibers under your finger, you appreciate the empirical spirit woven into royal postal practice. A messenger returns with a small mahogany box of index cards, each card bearing a single letter's recipient and a code indicating the clerk's initials who sealed it. Alphabetical slats, A, Z, guide card placement, enabling quick cross-checks if letters went astray. Mainstream postal procedure manuals of 1862 describe similar index systems in busy ports, while historians still argue whether index card filing predated British models or emerged independently in Hawaii. In that slender stack of cards, you glimpse the postmaster's drive for order amid tropical chaos. You lean against a column as a clerk unfurls a newspaper clipping from the Pacific Commercial Advertiser, headlined "Sticky Saga, Honolulu's Gum Quandary." The article recounts a spirited debate between the postmaster and a visiting British consul over the relative merits of sap gum versus imported gum, Arabic. The postmaster championed local sap for its aromatic charm. The consul derided it as insufficiently refined. Historians still dispute whether the editorial sparked policy change or remained local color. But reading it here in the very office, it feels like stepping into a living chronicle. A soft chime from a signal bell echoes through the hall. Clerks lift their heads from pigeonholes, raise letters to the light, and stamp them with the current date using a small bronze hand press. Each stamp lands with a crisp whack, the imprint blending royal crown and month in a single symbol. Mainstream enameled date seals arrived in 1864 and offered standardization, while historians still examine if hand presses coexisted long after mechanical sealers arrived. Listening to each whack, you feel the satisfying punctuation of time itself. As the afternoon wanes, the postmaster gathers his senior clerks for a final daily debrief around a low table strewn with sap notes, tally counters, and scrap bowls. They review delayed routes, late lick offenders, and seal test results, then consult the seal integrity matrix before drafting tomorrow's order. Fringe postal sagas suggest these debriefs sometimes ended in friendly wagers on humidity levels, while mainstream meeting minutes record only terse summaries of policy. Watching their measured nods and annotated notes, you sense a blend of camaraderie and meticulous duty. Finally, you grasp a slightly curled 5C, blue gum, firm edges, neat, and hand it to the postmaster. He tips his hat, inclines his head, and consigns the stamp to your own dispatch. As you step toward the louvered door, the late lick register, sap notes, and tally clicks fall into an ambient lullaby, echoing the living system of postmaster practices that kept Hawaii's islands bound together in ink gum and human ingenuity. You step into the cool, echoing stone chamber off the Mint's main hall, where shafts of slanted light reveal walls lined with rugged basalt blocks, each one a silent witness to the art of lava rock presses. Here, master engravers coax tiny impressions from molten memory, carving printing plates into volcanic stone you probably won't find elsewhere, without first feeling basalt's coarse grain under your fingertips and hearing the soft scrape of chisel on rock echo like distant thunder. Arranged on low wooden trestles, a dozen basalt plates lie ready for inspection. Each plate, rough-hewn from Hawaii's own lava flows, bears the reverse image of a 5C blue or 13C green stamp, the king's profile carved with astonishing precision. Mainstream geological surveys confirm that fresh basalt, once cut and sanded, provided a remarkably stable medium for engraving well into the 19th century, resisting wear far longer than imported copper plates. Historians still debate whether the initial shift to stone came from supply shortages of metal or from a conscious embrace of native materials, but standing before these plates, you sense a deliberate melding of island identity and postal necessity. A master engraver, his tunic dusted lightly with rock powder, leans over one large slab, tapping the edge with a small, obsidian-tipped mallet. You lean closer to watch as he drives a tiny flint-hardened chisel into the stone's surface, carving fine lines that will mold each stamp's intricate border. Fringe craft history accounts claim that ancient stone-cutting chants accompanied such delicate work, melodic incantations meant to coax basalt to yield its secrets. Yet, mainstream enameled press records admit only silence in the workshop, leaving scholars to still wonder whether chisel rhythms once matched melodic cadences or merely followed the engraver's heartbeat. Even so, the mallet's muted tap, tap, tap feels like a ritual pulse connecting rock tool and human hand. Nearby, apprentices stand around a low table engraved with prototype impressions. Using a dab of ink and a sheet of dampened French paper, they press the paper onto a test area of basalt, then lift to reveal a faint green outline of Kamehameha IV's profile, ghostly and delicate. Mainstream printing press chronicles note that basalt tests required precise moisture control to transfer impressions cleanly, while historians still debate whether early failures led engravers to recoat stones with fine clay washes or simply adjust pressure. You inhale the faint scent of sap gum ink, mingling with cool stone, tasting the workshop's alchemy in each vapor. A slender tray holds obsidian-sharpened chisels of varying widths, some so fine they'd easily part a single hair, others robust enough to saw through narrow rock veins. You run a fingertip along a chisel's edge, feeling its feather-light sharpness. Master engravers prized obsidian for its unparalleled sharpness, as mainstream lithic studies confirm, yet historians still puzzle over how stone tool-making traditions survived in Honolulu's mint when steel tools were imported more cheaply. It seems Hawaiians preserved ancient skills alongside new technologies, weaving basalt presses into a broader tapestry of cultural resilience. At one end of the chamber, a small kiln glows faintly with coals, used not for pottery, but for seasoning basalt plates. Engravers slide plates in for a brief thermal treatment, heating stones just enough to burn off residual moisture and strengthen surface cohesion. Mainstream chemical analyses identify microfracture reduction after such heat treatments, while historians still debate whether the practice originated locally or was inspired by Japanese stonemasons visiting in the 1870s. Either way, you feel the kiln's soft warmth against your cheek as you peer through its low opening sensing how fire and rock conspired to refine each plate's durability. A clerk in a crisp waistcoat approaches, carrying a Sapo sap gum ink pot, its outer surface flecked with basalt dust. He dips a small round-tip dauber into the ink and swirls it across a newly engraved plate, filling the carved recesses. Then, with a practiced motion, he places a sheet of slightly dampened paper atop the plate and runs a wooden roller over its surface, pressing ink into the paper's fibers. He lifts the paper slowly, one edge first, revealing a crisp, reversed image stamp. Mainstream mint manuals from 1862 extol this direct ink method for basalt presses, while historians still ponder whether basalt ever truly matched copper in fine-line fidelity. Yet, in that delicate reveal, the faint crack of paper lifting you witness basalt's triumph over skepticism. You wander toward a display of blasted plate fragments, shards of basalt, rejected after misengraving or stress fracturing. Each fragment bears jagged edges and faint ghost lines where impressions once took shape. Fringe archaeological reports speculate these fragments formed the foundation of coastal fish traps, basalt slabs, repurposed in nets and weirs, while mainstream recycling accounts suggest most leg fragments were melted down into road fill. Holding one shard, you feel its cold weight and imagine its afterlife beyond the mint, a silent piece of postal history cracked by ambition. A gentle rumble drifts in from the harbor below, where a schooner's anchor clinks against chain. Then a clerk calls out to the engraver, requesting a quick impression to test a new ship label stamp. The engraver switches plates, swiftly sliding out the Kamehameha III plate and sliding in a broader basalt slab engraved with a ship's prow and Hawaiian packet Komalo legend. He inks and presses a sheet, then lifts to show a crisp black design contrasted against sea green paper. Mainstream shipping logs document the Hawaiian packet company's need for specialized stamps to denote mail carried on their line, while historians still debate whether the basalt press's quick change capability drove adoption of multiple stamp designs. Yet the freshly printed prow glimmers in your hand, a testament to basalt's flexibility under deft hands. You step back to admire a set of endorsed framed proofs pinned to a reed-woven board, color experiments on basalt plates, featuring cinnamon brown and indigo blue inks. Each proof bears a small handwritten note, tested July 9th, 1861, humidity 78%, tested Nov. 2, 1862, coating 1 mm clay wash. The notes hint at systematic experiments in ink color stability and plate treatment over seasons. Fringe experimentation lore credits these trials with influencing 19th century French lithographic research, while mainstream printing historians locate basalt tests largely in Hawaii, casting doubt on overseas knowledge transfer. Holding the edge of the board, you sense these trials hidden influence on global printing methods. A rhythmic tapping draws your attention to a youngster practicing plate sharpening drills on a small basalt tile, chiseling shallow guide grooves to maintain tool angles. He flips the tile after each pass, ensuring symmetry. Mainstream apprenticeship manuals emphasize plate maintenance as crucial for production output, while historians still wonder whether teenage apprentices received formal training or learned informally through observation. Watching his steady hands, you feel the lineage of knowledge passed down through quiet repetition. On a nearby pedestal, a polished coral-inlaid basalt plate stands apart its surface, adorned with inlaid white coral, forming delicate floral motifs between engraved stamp borders. This ornate plate served only ceremonial purposes, printing commemorative souvenir sheets at the Jubilee of Kamehameha IV's coronation. Mainstream philatelic catalogs list these Jubilee sheets as among the rarest Hawaiian issues, while historians still debate whether the coral inlay symbolized the union of land and sea or functioned purely as an aesthetic flourish. Yet, as you trace the coral veins running through cool stone, you feel a tactile echo of island artistry. A whisper spreads that a visiting Japanese envoy once commented on the basalt press's cleverness, likening them to traditional Suzuri inkstones used in calligraphy. Fringe diplomatic journals cite the envoy's praise as evidence of early U.S.-Japanese postal collaboration, while mainstream foreign relations records place no such meeting in official archives. Still, the tale persists, and as you gaze at basalt plates lined up like ancient inkstones, you imagine cross-cultural admiration shaping postal technique. A sudden cold draft drifts through a small ventilation slit, carrying the scent of sea salt and rain-washed turf. The engraver pauses and pulls a freshly carved plate aside to test for moisture sensitivity, wiping its surface with a cloth and pressing a test impression. The print emerges crisp and dry, a small victory against tropical damp. Mainstream mint logs often note daily moisture checks, while historians still debate how much of basalt press success owed to architectural design. Deep stone chambers naturally cooler and drier versus tool-based innovations. You feel the chamber's stone walls embrace you with cool relief amid humid exchanges. Finally, as the sun dips low outside and lanterns gutter to life, the elder engraver lifts a finished basalt press and turns it face up on a low pedestal. You step closer to examine the final proof, a 30C brown stamp rendered with uncanny clarity, each hair curl and facial line evident in stone. You place your hand on the cooled basalt, its ridged surface a reminder that even volcanic rock can capture fleeting human likeness. And as you breathe in the mingled scents of sap gum, ink, and ancient stone, you sense that engraving these plates was more than technical labor. It was a prayer to permanence, a belief that island identity and royal portraiture could endure in the very bedrock of Hawaii. You climb into the cabin of a jewel-blue Curtiss Model D seaplane, its pontoons skimming the glinting harbor water as dawn's first rays catch glimmers of dew on fabric wings. Here unfolds Aloha and Airmail, where Hawaii's first brave aviators carried letters across island skies, an ambient hum you probably won't imagine, unless you felt the breeze kiss a damp stamp taped to a wooden bulkhead and heard the engine's gentle roar as it lifts you above palm-draped shores. Beneath your fingertips, the mail satchel, a palm-woven bag stamped U.S. Air Mail. Honolulu, in faded indigo, rests against your leg. Inside a bundle of 2C reds and 5C blues lie flat, each stamp's gum still tacky despite salty sea air. Mainstream postal records record May 11th, 1919, as the date Hawaii's first scheduled airmail flight connected Honolulu to Maui via seaplane carried by pilot Charles L. Reed in a Curtiss seaplane, marking the island's first mass air transport of letters over water. Historians still debate whether this inaugural run served chiefly as publicity stunt or genuine service innovation. But as you strap on goggles and grip your satchel, you sense the pioneering spirit cutting through humid air. A quick tap on the stamp bundle reveals the faint lift of a Corner Moisture's handiwork overnight. You press a single 13C green onto an envelope from Lahaina, its edges curled in gentle waves, and lick the back, tasting a hint of breadfruit sap, gum, and salt. Fringe pilot diaries, whisper of aviators testing saliva resistance of gum by spitting on stamps mid-flight, while mainstream aeronautical postal bulletins discourage direct licks above 1,000 feet to avoid engine intake risks. Historians still puzzle over how many letters actually survived pilot lingual moisture tests, but perched here in the open cockpit, you feel bound by both tradition and turbulence. Below you, on the dock, a handful of hoisting cables quiver as ground crew guide floats into position. The seaplane's pontoons nudge against a small launch boat, which holds a wooden mail crate sealed with a coral ink hand stamp and tied with braided coconut husk. The boat's oars splash gently against morning calm, carrying mailers out to your plane. You signal with a crisp whistle, and the boat's crew hoists the crate aboard using canvas straps. Mainstream launch operation logs confirm that mail crate transfers by dinghy reduced turnaround time by nearly 2 hours compared to beach landings, while historians still debate whether this method truly improved reliability or added complexity. Yet, watching those straps swing mail effortlessly into your hold, you appreciate how island logistics found nimble solutions. Once the crate is stowed, you take the pilot's seat, adjusting straps over your shoulders. The mechanic beside you hands up a leather-bound flight log inscribed with names and dispatch times. May 12, 1919. Reed flight to Lahaina, 200 letters delivered. He then passes you a small glass vial of fresh water and a soft sponge, should a stamp need a quick dampening mid-route. Mainstream airmail manuals from 1918 recommend sponge moisteners to avoid direct mouth contact in gusty winds, while historians still argue whether aviators preferred sponges or tongues when flying solo. As you tuck the sponge into your belt, you feel the tension between tradition and innovation woven into each practice. Outside, the engine's cylinder fences begin to warm as the rotary engine ticks through pre-start. You flip the ignition and await the seaplane's familiar brr-up, brr-up resonance. Below the mail crate's humidity gauge, a small card marked with color zones flips from pale green to soft yellow, indicating moderate moisture. You nod to the mechanic and shout, "All clear," a coded signal that mail seals are stable for flight. Fringe. Meteorological ephemera. Claim. Early airmail pilots charted humidity not just for lift curves, but to time-stamp sealing rituals, while mainstream meteorological bulletins limit forecasts to wind and rain. Yet, as cool mist curls around your goggles, you feel humidity's subtle presence guiding each decision aloft. The ground crew gives you the nod as the tailhook lifts from the boat's deck. You push the throttle forward, feeling spray ripple beneath pontoons, and the rising hum transform into steady thrust. The seaplane charges forward, water streaming off pontoons like glistening scimitars, then lifts in a gentle arc toward a sky brushed pale peach by sunrise. You glance at the mail crate strapped behind you, letters bound gold by sap gum, waiting to rain down upon eager recipients. As you bank eastward, the harbor's mosaic of canoes and dockyards shrinks beneath your pontoons, and you taste salt on your tongue, an exclamation of flight's freedom. High above the curve of Moloka'i's green ridges, unfolds beneath cumulus clouds. You navigate by landmarks, Waimea's river mouth, Halona Blowhole's plume, Haleakala's summit, capped in mist while envelope seams flex softly in the breeze. You peel off one letter and affix it near your thigh, the stamp's adhesive clinging firm despite the slipstream. Fringe pilot-penned guides suggest applying an extra gum coat before long-range leg to counter wind chill, whereas mainstream aviation postal circulars remain silent beyond standard rates. Historians still debate whether specific pre-flight gum tactics improved delivery success or simply reflected individual pilot preference. Either way, as you brush a stray hair from your forehead and pat the letter in place, you sense personal technique coloring postal protocol. Below a whitecap's trough hints at the Pailolo Channel's treacherous currents. You steady the yoke and adjust throttle to maintain altitude. Steep dips, risk, mail crates, jostling. A sudden wave of turbulence tosses you gently. One letter slides against the crate's side, its flap momentarily lifting. You catch it mid-flutter, pressing the envelope back flat and touching the gum side with a soft thumb. The faint stick echoes like a heartbeat in the cockpit. Mainstream mail stowage manuals stress locking crates and avoiding mid-flight handling, while historians still debate whether such hands-on corrections occurred, or if loose letters simply became ocean lost. You choose to trust your heartbeat. Ahead, the silhouette of Maui's soaring peaks beckons. You bank left to align with the mouth of Malaco Gulch, where a small seaplane tender waits a wooden launch rigged with small cranes to catch mail crates lowered by line and hook. You cut speed pontoons, rippling the surface, and hover at 50 feet. A crew member aboard the tender leans over and tether hooks the crate's lifting strap. A short pull, and the crate swings free, then drops into the boat's hold with a soft thud. You climb again, leaving behind letters bound for Lahaina and Wailuku. Mainstream route logs confirm tender-based handoffs, shaved 45 minutes per stop, yet historians still argue over whether tender operations functioned more reliably than beach landings. In that instant, you taste island ingenuity, blending sea and sky. Now, over the west, Maui slopes, clouds swirl like pearls, roiled by trade winds. You remove another letter destined for Ka'anapali, affixing it on a small slide-out platform mounted to your right pontoon. The platform, a cedar plank, lacquered with tung oil, holds pressed letters in place and lets gravity assist dispensing. With deft motion, you release one envelope, watching it flutter down toward waiting porters on the shore below. Fringe technological retrospectives praise slide-out platforms as early ejector ramps, while mainstream airmail retrospectives note only letter release hooks. Yet seeing that letter drift like a dove to beach hands, you feel technology's flight poetry. Between drops, you glance at a small notebook strapped to your dash listing recipient names in flowing script: Mrs. Makana Kahele Ka'anapali, Mr. David Pualahaina. You cross each name off as letters descend. Mainstream operational logs emphasize meticulous checkoff to prevent mail loss, while historians still debate the accuracy rates recorded. Yet, as you scratch a final loop under Mr. Pua, you sense personal satisfaction in duty fulfilled. Suddenly the engine coughs a sputter that turns your blood cold. You glance at the fuel gauge, which quivers near reserve. Ahead, a lone reef-lined cove offers an emergency landing site, calm water, sheltered by lava outcrops. You throttle back and drop altitude, rippling into a controlled seaplane water landing that sprays fine mist across your goggles. The pontoon's splash echoes on basalt walls as you taxi toward a makeshift beach post, a simple rack of driftwood where a handful of locals stand ready to grab mail bags. Mainstream emergency landing reports note only 6 such forced stops in the first year of service, while historians still examine pilot logs for unreported incidents. Yet, as you kill the engine and slide alongside a canoe, you realize even mishaps carried mail closer to homes than any storm-thrashed schooner. The locals help pull the seaplane ashore. You unlatch the mail satchel and hand it to a village elder who nods and carries it up a narrow stone path into a gathered crowd. You feel the soft tug of accomplished purpose, the hum of engine-free air around you, and the satisfied stick of breadfruit gum stamps ready for local dispatch. As the sun dips golden behind West Maui, you climb back aboard and refloat the plane, hefting throttle to return to Honolulu with an empty hold and a heart full of island horizon. Each letter dropped, each stamp sealed by saliva and sap, each course corrected by wind or engine quirk, has bound communities in skyborne embrace. Historians still debate the relative success of early Hawaiian airmail, whether it truly outpaced maritime routes or served mainly as spectacle. But as you bank the seaplane toward Oahu's shore, you know you've carried more than letters. You've borne aloha across cloud and wave. In this realm of aloha and airmail, you've soared above rain-dulled decks, released envelopes from cedar platforms, navigated storms and fuel scares, and felt the intimate click of gum against paper in high altitudes. As you glide toward the harbor's shimmer, let each drop of mail, each flyby, each lapse of geography remind you that in Hawaii, the sky itself became a postal route where faith, flight, and finesse merged to carry messages on wings of aloha. You saddle up at dawn in the dusty courtyard behind Honolulu's main post office, the lingering scent of sap gum and horse sweat mingling in the cool air. Here unfolds island-wide networks where stagecoaches and horseback riders wove the kingdom's far-flung settlements together, an ambient clip-clop you probably won't conjure unless you've felt the jolt of mail pouches strapped to a galloping steed and heard the leather creak under century-old saddle straps. A line of sturdy stagecoaches stands ready in front of the mince basalt gate, their coachmen in straw hats and canvas dusters polishing brass lanterns. These gig lines, as locals call them, began in 1849 when King Kamehameha III granted licenses to entrepreneurs to run scheduled coach services between Honolulu and Kailua. Mainstream transport logs confirm that the first regular coach route, miles of uneven volcanic road, carried both passengers and letters, reducing overland delivery times by half compared to canoe and foot. Historians still debate whether these stage routes succeeded due to royal subsidies or sheer entrepreneurial spirit. But as you swing yourself up onto the polished seat behind the driver, you feel tradition and innovation converge in each jolt over lava stone ruts. Beneath your thigh rests a heavy mail pouch, a leather satchel, stamped Oahu Overland Mail, its flap sealed with a neat row of 2CH red stamps, gum slightly softened by road dust. You slip a finger beneath the flap and feel the crisp creases of folded letters inside. Fringe locker room lore among coachmen claims that some pouches included hidden compartments for smuggled letters, confidential dispatches slipping past customs and church censors, though mainstream postal regulations sternly prohibited any unofficial inserts. Historians still argue whether smuggling ever amounted to significant volume or remained tall-tale fodder. But as you settle the pouch against your side, you sense the weight of both trust and temptation riding shotgun. Ahead, two horses stamp their hooves in patient anticipation. You glance at the stagecoach route map pinned inside the coach's roof, hand-painted tapa-cloth marked in red with stops at Waialua, Haleiwa, Waimea, and Kamehameha V's Paia Pavilion. The driver points to each stop with a whip's handle, Day 1 to Waimea, Day 2 to Lahaina 2-Day Hall. Mainstream schedule bulletins from 1851 outline this timetable. Yet historians still debate whether coaches ever met these tight estimates given Hawaiian rainfall and washouts. Yet, as the driver cracks the reins and the horses lurch forward, you feel time itself bend to the rhythm of hoofbeats and wheel spokes. You lean forward to examine a coach lantern affixed to the side, its glass-tinted amber to protect gum-sealed stamps from direct sunlight. Inside burns a small kukui nut oil lamp wick trimmed precisely to minimize smoke. Mainstream lantern-type catalogs list kukui oil lamps as standard coach fixtures by the mid-19th century, prized for steady light on night rides. Historians still quibble over whether imported whale oil lamps ever replaced kukui oil variants on certain routes, but as the amber glow flickers across the mail pouch, you smell the lantern's soft sweetness and imagine nighttime dispatches guided by its glow. The coach creaks and groans as you roll along the King's Highway, a braided path carved from volcanic stone and native Ohio logs laid crosswise to stabilize soft ground. Native poi haulers once used this same route for centuries, and archaeology confirms that its foundations predate European contact. Mainstream road-building records note royal road repairs commissioned in 1848 to improve mail service, while historians still debate the extent to which monarchs invested royal funds versus levying transit tolls. Yet beneath the coach wheels, you feel the ancient ground of island-wide connection, a road where stamps and riders alike leave fading imprints on communal memory. Halfway to Kailua, the coach halts at a relay station shaded by kaiaway trees. A lean lamplighter in a cotton slip changes reins, unharnessing one pair of horses and hitching fresh mounts. You step down onto packed earth, brushing dust from your pants, and retrieve a letter for delivery to Kahalu. Before relaunch, the relay master hands you a fresh coat of gum, a small dab of breadfruit sap adhesive for your stamps, anticipating a heat-softening midday sun. Fringe relay stop diaries describe these stations as mini post offices, where riders could reseal stamps, yet mainstream postal circulars recommend preparing letters only at main offices. Historians still wrestle with how standardized relay procedures became, but as you swirl sap on a 5C-ish blue, You taste the circuit's careful choreography. Mounting a swift chestnut gelding selected for postal duties, you take the reins and strike off along a narrow mountain track carved into lava cliffside, an alternate shortcut bypassing windward washouts. Below, the Pacific foams against basalt spurs, a rolling soundtrack to your ride. You lean into the curved leather saddle, creaking under your weight, and feel the gelding's powerful hindquarters propel you forward. Mainstream Postal Service riders' journals laud these shortcuts for reducing journey time by hours, while historians still question whether such tracks were formalized or emerged through rider initiative. Either way, as you guide the horse through a series of switchbacks, you sense both risk and reward woven into every mile. At midday, you catch sight of a straw-thatched way station where a line of alabaster water jars awaits. You dismount, secure your mail pouch to a hook on the station's post, and step forward to dip a large coconut shell dipper into cool water. You rinse a tongue-moistened stamp, gently blot away excess sap flakes, then re-lick it and repress onto its envelope's flap, ensuring adhesion before the afternoon heat. Fringe oral history narratives suggest riders kept personal dipper pouches to carry fresh spring water, while mainstream logistics reports advise only main office services. Historians still compare rider diaries to official logs for evidence of en route resealing frequency. As you swallow the water and pat your mouth dry, you realize that even open road innovation required careful maintenance. Onward, you ride skirting a stand of breadfruit trees beside a bamboo fence. You pause long enough to rest your gelding's sniffing muzzle and inspect the mail pouch. Most stamps lie flat, but a 13C shush green on one envelope exhibits slight curl from humidity left unchecked. You roll down the flap, touch it with a dab of fresh sap from your hip pouch, and press firmly with a gloved thumb. Mainstream rider service manuals note that sap recharge mid-route became official policy in 1854, while historians still explore how riders balance speed against stamp care demands. In that moment, you feel the quiet duty of postage stewardship carried atop a galloping horse. Ahead, the golden spire of Kamehameha View's pavilion rises above banyan roots, a welcome landmark. Couriers on foot wait at its foot to receive mail for inland valleys. You rein in and dismount, gathering letters for the final leg. A group of porters greets you with nods, each wearing a small leather patch on their sleeves, an emblem denoting their official mail handlers. They load letters onto wicker baskets lined with soft tapa cloth, ensuring letters reach remote homesteads by foot, across valleys, or by canoe where roads peter out. Mainstream rural service logs from 1857 detail these multimodal handoffs, while historians debate whether porters received royal stipends or community-funded allowances. Watching porters shoulder baskets and fan off sap drips, you see how stage and hoof met sea and foot in a single integrated network. A final rider a lanky boy carrying a signal horn blows a low call, signaling departure toward the settlement of Keiane. You wave farewell and watch the mail convoy fan out. The coach clops west toward Waialua. Horseback couriers follow the mountain trail, and porters fan out across valleys. The lava stone road's gentle curve carries the stagecoach's polished silhouette into haze, its mail pouch destined for Miley and beyond. Meanwhile, you mount your gelding and follow the boy's horn up a steep incline, the sun glinting off beaten saddles and stamped envelopes alike. As you ascend, the valley falls away, revealing rolling green hills dotted with taro patches and nipa huts. You glance at the saddlebags pouch one last time. Each stamped letter, each freshly bathed gum seal, each careful transfer speaks of island-wide networks crafted by human hands, animal hooves, and carved stone. Historians still chart routes and timetables, assessing efficiency and equity. But you know the true measure lies in every fluttering stamp and every breath-moistened seal that bore aloha across island roads. In this realm of island-wide networks, you've ridden coach and horse, sealed stamps under kaiawai and breadfruit, and witnessed mail's ceaseless dance across land and sea. As you crest the ridge line and the valley spreads before you, let each hoofbeat and wheel groove echo in your mind, a living lullaby of connection threaded through every dusty mile. You slip into the hushed air of a private parlor lit by soft lamplight, where collectors in pressed coats and floral mu'umu browse dusty leather albums and hunched over delicate envelopes. Here unfolds philatelists' puzzles, the curious pursuit of decoding licking patterns, an ambient intrigue you probably won't fathom unless you've trained your tongue to trace the faint ridges and moisture halos left on stamps, discerning each sender's secret signature, like a detective of saliva and sap. A tall collector in a tweed jacket bends over a mahogany table strewn with loose stamps, his magnifying glass catching the lamplight as he examines the back of a 5C blue. Beneath the perforations, you see subtle streaks where gum-pooled areas darker and glossier than surrounding patches. Mainstream philatelic studies confirm that experienced specialists can differentiate gum thickness and cracking patterns to identify issues with up to 85% accuracy in matching stamps to specific post offices or printing runs. Historians still debate whether licking variations stemmed more from individual physiology or from environmental factors like humidity. But as you lean in to feel the slightly raised gum under your fingertip, you sense every nuance tells a story. Beside him, a refined lady in a pastel gown peppers you with questions. Can you detect the culprit's tongue width? Here? She points to a smear spanning 3 perforations, an unusually broad lick. Fringe philatelic lore claims that elite correspondents developed signature lick arcs unique as fingerprints, deliberately varying pressure and angle to authenticate letters in an age before paper confidence receipts. Mainstream experts, however, caution that such patterns often resulted from stamp sheet placement in damp climates rather than human idiosyncrasy. Yet, as you run a gloved finger across that smear, you can almost feel the breadth of someone's tongue imprint a tactile echo of personal dispatch. A second collector, younger and more experimental, holds up a damp cotton swab, its tip faintly stained with residue from a 2C red. "I'm testing for salivary enzyme markers," he explains, his voice low as a ritual. Protease levels differ person to person. He slips the swab into a small vial labeled pH assay and adds a drop of indicator solution. The solution blushes pale orange, suggesting a slightly alkaline saliva. Fringe philatelic science journals applaud such biochemical sleuthing as the next frontier in stamp authentication, while mainstream Postal Service archivists remain skeptical, citing contamination risks from handled albums. Historians still debate whether early collectors ever applied such tests, or if modern forensics retrofits science onto romantic tradition. Yet, watching that vial's delicate colors shift, you feel the thrill of discovery, saliva as both medium and message. Across the table, a dignified gentleman sorts through envelopes tied with silver ribbon. He opens one and slips out a small graphite-lined folder scrawled with meticulous notes. Stamp number 47, concentric tongue rings at 11 o'clock, thicker gum ridge at bottom left, probable lick orientation, vertical press. He taps his index finger against his temple. These patterns point to Clerk K. Nalani, who sealed mail every third Tuesday. Mainstream postal records confirm that clerks followed weekly sealing rotations, and their licking style often varied after repeated instructions. Historians still debate whether such rotations caused identifiable patterns or whether collectors overinterpreted random variation. Yet, as he fingers the folder's worn edges, you sense personal histories etched into each gum line. A curator leans forward to display a backlit display panel, a thin light board illuminating semi-transparent stamps from behind. The glow reveals subtle gum striations, invisible in regular light, feather-like patterns, where the tongue's ridges brushed microscopic air bubbles trapped under gum. Fringe imaging specialists claim that ultraviolet fluorescence microscopy can highlight organic residue traces to distinguish gum types, breadfruit sap versus imported gum, Arabic. Mainstream conservation scientists, however, warn UV exposure risks, paper degradation, and only recommend visible light techniques. Historians still study how early methods of microscopic examination influenced catalog authenticity debates. Yet, as you gaze at that softly glowing mosaic of gum patterns, you feel the convergence of art, science, and obsession. Nearby, a guest of honor, a visiting French philatelist, holds a magnifier to a stamp once licked by Queen Liliuokalani herself, its gum trail said to bear her personal touch. He describes a lingering faint rosewater scent mixed with sap sweetness, evidence he speculates that the Queen dabbed her stamps with scented water before licking. Mainstream royal correspondence inventories note that scented frankincense water was sometimes added to ink, but historians still argue whether the Queen personally sealed her own letters or delegated to trusted pages. Nonetheless, you inhale the envelope's faint fragrance, imagining a monarch's lips at work, and feel transported by the gentle intimacy of royal dispatch. A hush falls as a debate ignites over a famed missealed letter, its stamp only half-licked gum, cracked across diagonals. One side claims it resulted from an apprentice's trembling hand after her first day on the job. The other attributes it to ending her shift early, a whispered fringe accusation of Postal Service corruption. Mainstream archival minutes from 1863 mention disciplinary action for improper sealing, but historians still debate whether those records truly refer to this exact incident or another unrecorded mix-up. As voices rise in scholarly tentativeness, historians still argue whether this case was punitive precedent or administrative error. You feel the electric charge of philatelic mystery humming through the room. A seasoned collector sets out a ceramic tile tray, lined with tiny sponge pads, each pad pre-moistened with a specific humidity ratio. He gently presses each suspect stamp onto different pads to observe gum softening rates. One stamp's gum resists dampness far longer, suggesting a thicker original coating or a later reapplication. Fringe restoration circles praise this humectant test for revealing altered or regummed stamps, while mainstream conservation texts caution that repeated moisture tests can damage paper fibers. Historians still analyze whether 19th century restoration amateurs ever employed such tests, or if they emerged only in 20th century cataloging. Yet, as the sponge pads darken under your gaze, you sense the silent dialogue between preservation and scrutiny. Beyond the tile tray, a duo of collectors pores over a ledger of licking-style codes, a cryptic taxonomy evolving over decades. Codes like LPA for light pressure arc, VTS for vertical tongue swipe, and MLC for midline curl encode each observed licking style. The ledger's early entries, handwritten on dried banana leaf sheets, date to 1892, when Honolulu's first stamp club formed. Mainstream Philatelic Club minutes reference early seal coating meetings, yet historians still question whether these codes reflected genuine analytic rigor or convivial pastime. Yet, as you trace a long column of evening meeting notes, you recognize how shared curiosity blossomed into structured inquiry, each code a portal to vanished voices. A quietly enthralled apprentice sets up an automated lick pattern replicator a motorized silicone tongue that simulates pressure, angle, and moisture. He programs it to duplicate licking styles, cataloged in the ledger, and tests its output against original stamps to validate pattern matches. Fringe futurists hail such devices as heralds of new philatelic frontiers, while mainstream stamp societies debate ethical boundaries. Should machines mimic human gestures or only document them? Historians still ponder whether early 20th century collectors fantasized about automated analysis or relied solely on human expertise. Yet, as you watch the replicator's gentle oscillations, you marvel at technology chasing human nuance. You step toward a velvet-lined display mahjong table where a group of avid collectors silently scrutinizes a rare first-day cover still bearing its original 2C red gum. They lean in, reading a small legend etched beside it, licked by P.K. Ka'ai Honolulu, Grand Marshal, May 28, 1861. Mainstream event records confirm Ka'ai's role in the inaugural Postal parade, while historians still debate whether his personal seal carried extra honor or was simply an informal autograph. As you admire the cover, its worn edges bearing his unique tongue curl, you sense how philatelic puzzles preserve lives as much as they preserve stamps. A final hush falls as a slender figure approaches, carrying a slender ebony box of micro-etched plates, tiny metallic sheets capturing gum-crack patterns for comparison. Each plate bears the abstract echo of a licking style etched via acid etch techniques once used for map making. Mainstream conservation bulletins mention latent fingertip pattern preservation, but lack detailed etching protocols, while historians still argue whether any original plates survived archival purges. Regardless, you place your palm against the box's cool lid, feeling the weight of coded knowledge contained within. As midnight candles gutter low and patrons gather their boxed collections, you close your magnifying glass and stretch your fingers, gum residue, faint but present. Each trace of adhesive you leave behind feels like a philatelic signature of your own, a reminder that the smallest patterns can echo across centuries. Historians still argue whether licking pattern analysis ever reached forensic reliability or remained charming speculation. But here in this lamplit chamber, you've witnessed the meticulous artistry and gentle obsession that turned every moistened seal into a puzzle and every stamp into a cryptic keepsake of human touch. You step onto the veranda, the night air fragrant with jasmine and ocean salt, and carry your chosen prize, a 5C, blue bearing a perfect vertical tongue swipe cradled in a velvet case. As you walk away, the parquet floor's soft click echoes your steps, blending with the distant clap of waves. In this world of philatelists' puzzles, each gum smear, each microscopic ridge, each encoded ledger entry testifies to the quiet power of human connection sealed by breath, preserved in paper, and decoded by curious souls across generations. You stand in the hushed elegance of Iolani Palace's private correspondence room, where koa wood shelves cradle dispatch boxes lined in crimson velvet, and frangipani petals drift like silent confetti. Here unfolds Queen Lily Wokalani's correspondence, where Hawaii's last sovereign inscribed her will and wove her aloha into each envelope, a regal ritual you probably won't fathom unless you've pressed your ear to a letter sealed by a queen's own tongue, tracing its subtle flourishes and the faint echo of palace whispers. A lacquered ebony desk extends before you, its surface scattered with imported writing sets, quills of white egret feather dipped in iron gall ink, silver inkstand bearing the royal crown, and a small porcelain bowl of water warmed by lava rock embers. You watch as the queen, garbed in a flowing silk gown, patterned with delicate orchid motifs, lifts a single 13 C's green stamp from its sheet. Mainstream royal records confirm that during her brief reign, 1891 to 1893, Lily Wokalani personally sealed state dispatches with official Hawaiian stamps, cementing her authority even as foreign influence pressed around her. Historians still debate whether she ever delegated postal duties to court officials or retained personal oversight until her overthrow. But as the queen places a stamp beside her parchment, you sense both sovereignty and solitude in that simple act. She leans forward and touches the stamp's back to her lips, her tongue's gentle press barely darker than the soft glow of the lamp. You lean closer, imagining the faint taste of her rosewater perfume mingling with the sap gum's vegetal sweetness. Fringe palace gossip claims she scented her water with a pinch of imported French lavender to ward off stress before each stroke, while mainstream court diaries note only that she used distilled spring water for clarity of seal. Yet, as you inhale the faint floral haze, you feel the intimacy of a monarch binding word to world. The queen's slender fingers, ringed with pearls and coral, then press the stamp onto the flap of a folded English Hawaiian dispatch. The paper yields with a soft kiss under her touch. You hear a whispered rustle, the delicate crinkle of wove paper brushing against silk. Beneath her seal, she gestures to a silver signet ring set with a tiny lava rock cameo, a personal emblem she often used to sign letters to foreign dignitaries. Mainstream diplomatic records recount that Lily Wokalani dispatched letters to Kaiser Wilhelm II and Queen Victoria herself, seeking support for Hawaiian sovereignty, while historians still argue whether these missives ever reached Europe or languished in colonial archives. In this moment, you feel the ring's weight as more than jewelry. It's an extension of her voice across oceans. As she writes, the queen pauses to dip her quill in ink mixed with pomegranate dye tincture, lending her script a soft crimson hue in the first line. To my beloved people, I send aloha and hope as enduring as our land. Fringe. Philatelic enthusiasts speculate this tint was intentional, an invisible ink of royal sentiment that only select correspondents recognized, while mainstream ink analysis scholars caution such claims rest on scant physical samples. Historians still debate whether the Queen experimented with colored inks or remained loyal to traditional black, yet you watch each loop and flourish glow faintly in lamplight, as if the words themselves pulse with regal warmth. Nearby, a pair of court pages stand silently, holding a small inkwell on a carved koa tray. One page, youthful and anxious, dips a corner of an imperial dispatch into a vial of coral-infused gum reserved for state matters. You catch the clerk's slight tremor, an almost imperceptible hesitation as he moistens the stamp. Fringe court etiquette manuals suggest pages underwent rigorous training to master the Queen's precise gum thickness and lick style. Yet mainstream palace administrative logs mention only that clerks sealed and dispatched letters. Historians still examine whether formal manuals ever existed or if oral tradition passed down these exacting standards. Nonetheless, that page's careful motion feels like ritual choreography honed beneath palace chandeliers. Above a gilded frame encloses a letter release bell, a small handbell. The Queen rings when dispatches are ready. She lifts it now with a measured gesture, its soft ding echoing through tasting salt corridors. Mainstream palace protocol cites the bell as signifying ceremony rather than mere utility, while historians debate whether it doubled as a discreet signal to Hawaiian language newspapers poised to publish royal decrees. When the bell's tone fades, you feel an electric hush descend, a moment where time pauses and the kingdom's fate hinges on each sealed envelope. At a carved milestone table, the Queen reviews a row of canceled covers, envelopes bearing postmarks from every island post office, from Hilo's circular H to Lahaina's crescent moon emblem. She traces each mark with a fingertip, wrapped in soft cambric, murmuring place names: Kohala, Makawao, Kaunakakai. Mainstream archival studies describe her deep personal interest in island networks, driven by her belief that postal unity mirrored national unity, while historians still debate whether her oversight extended beyond ritual inspection to actual policy revision. Yet, as she pronounces each name, you sense her love for every corner of her realm. You step closer to view a royal ledger, a bound volume listing recipients of her personal letters from native alii to missionary families. Each entry is scored with a tiny star, drawn in indigo, her personal mark of gratitude or admonition. Fringe researchers claim these stars encoded her mood bright lacquer for joyous decrees, pale for sober counsel, while mainstream historians suggest they merely denoted correspondence priority. Historians still parse the ledger's marginalia to reconstruct her network of alliances and intimacies. As you tilt the page, the faint indigo star flickers in lamplight like a distant star in her sky. In a quieter corner, an elderly chronicler recites a fringe anecdote that once in the throes of composing a final proclamation during the overthrow crisis, the Queen inadvertently licked a stamp printed in error 1, bearing her brother's profile instead of her own. Mainstream palace records remain silent on this tale, and historians differ on whether any such proof ever existed or if it was whispered to dramatize royal fallibility. Yet you imagine the moment of Miss Seal, the sudden shock as she recognized the wrong visage, and feel a pang of empathy for her human vulnerability. The Queen then selects a small wooden box inset with mother-of-pearl drawers, each containing fine tools, an obsidian stylus for wax, impressions, a silver spatula for smoothing gum, and a petite glass bottle of imported rosewater. She uncorks the rosewater with a soft hiss, breathes in its floral perfume, and spritzes a single drop onto the gum of a final 30 brown from her own design, bearing the words Tamahana Queen across its top margin. Mainstream philatelic guides note this variety as exceedingly rare, while historians still argue whether the Queen herself sketched the lettering or approved a court artist's design. As that drop lands and beads on the gum, you feel the convergence of art, ritual, and sovereignty distilled into one delicate seal. Outside the window, the palace gardens murmur with night-blooming jasmine and the distant clack of horses' hooves carrying fresh dispatches to waiting canoes. The Queen, rising from her chair with graceful finality, scans the sealed letters lined up like faithful subjects. You glimpse a final sentiment scrawled on a dispatch. To a missionary friend, may these words travel gentle as your prayers. She hands the bundle to her chamberlain, who lays it on a reed-woven tray, draped with orchid garlands. As the chamber door closes softly behind you, you carry with you the subtle click of gum, the whisper of quill on paper, and the faint fragrance of rosewater and lava rock embers, a sensory testament to Queen Lily Wokalani's correspondence. Scholars still debate the extent of her personal involvement in postal matters, whether she saw letters as statecraft or solace, but in the lingering echo of her sovereign seal, you sense both duty and devotion bound in every royal dispatch. You step into the dimly lit chamber behind the postmaster's office, where crates of European gum, Arabic, and sacks of local breadfruit sap stand side by side under a drifting cloud of powdered cork. Here unfolds gum import debates, the spirited contests and whispered rivalries over which adhesive best sealed Hawaii's letters, an ambient tension you probably won't feel unless you've sniffed the musty scent of imported gum mixing with native sap and eavesdropped on clerks arguing the merits of each sticky choice. At one end of the room, a long wooden table bears neatly labeled barrels, gum, Arabic, imported, 1848, gum, tragacanth, London, 1852, and breadfruit sap, local harvest. A tall clerk in a crisp waistcoat lifts a handful of imported gum, Arabic crystals, rubbing them between his fingers. They flake into fine white powder before coalescing into a pliable, odorless paste once moistened. Mainstream postal inventories confirm that shipments of gum Arabic began arriving via clipper ships in 1848 to replace inconsistent local gums hailed for their neutral scent and reliable tack. Historians still debate whether these imports truly improved adhesion or primarily served to align Hawaii with British postal standards, but as the clerk kneads the gum, you sense its refined promise of uniform seals. Across the table, another clerk brandishes a small jar of sticky amber-brown gum, tragacanth, imported from the Mediterranean. He scoops a pinch and stretches it between thumb and forefinger, its elasticity impressive as a tiny rubber band. Fringe philatelic lore claims tragacanth gum was prized for its flexibility and mildew resistance, with some writers swearing their letters survived torrential downpours unscathed. Mainstream conservationists, however, caution that tragacanth's high cost and tendency to darken over time limited its use to high-value diplomatic dispatches. Historians still argue whether any significant volume of tragacanth ever saw daily service, or if its presence remained largely ceremonial. Handling that springy strand, you imagine letters sealed in resilience through both sun and squall. Nearby, a barrel labeled breadfruit sap, native, oozes pale cream latex. Clerks pierce the surface with bamboo skewers, collecting fresh sap in coconut shells. A deft hand mixes in dried kukui nut oil for suppleness, stirring until the paste glows golden. Fringe agricultural memoirs romanticize breadfruit sap gum as the people's adhesive, renewable, biodegradable, and carrying a faint tropical aroma. Mainstream agrarian studies confirm that breadfruit gum's adhesive strength rivaled imported variants in moderate humidity, but note its vulnerability to mold in monsoon seasons. Historians still debate whether native gums persisted by necessity or national pride after imports arrived. Yet, as you inhale the sap's faintly sweet scent, you feel its deep ties to island flora. At the table's center, a pair of clerks engage in a live mixing demonstration for visiting dignitaries. One insists on a 50-50 blend of sap and Arabic, citing an 1853 postmaster circular recommending hybrid gums for optimal tack and cost efficiency. The other clerks shake their heads, arguing pure sap gum offered the most authentic Hawaiian experience. Fringe souvenir shop brochures claim collectors once purchased letters sealed exclusively with breadfruit gum as coveted true island ephemera, while mainstream postal rate tables make no distinction in postage cost based on gum type. Historians still debate whether hybrid recommendations ever became policy or remained prescriptive suggestions never fully enforced. The demonstration's soft slurp as gums meld feels like compromise tasting bittersweet on your tongue. A gentle clatter draws your eye to a roll of official correspondence stamped diplomatic service, each envelope bearing a clear, glossy seal that glints in lamplight. The clerk responsible for these high-level dispatches proudly explains that only imported gum arabic was ever permitted on diplomatic mail after a 1855 royal edict mandating imperial distinction in adhesives. Fringe diplomatic cables from the era hint at underlying conflicts, British envoys lobbying for Arabic to reinforce colonial ties, while mainstream royal decrees frame the rule as simple protocolar formality. Historians still pore over court minutes to discern whether the edict stemmed from realpolitik or palace vanity. As you trace the smooth seal's edge, you feel the weight of statecraft pressed into every envelope. On a nearby shelf sits an array of vintage gum-testing devices, ceramic petri dishes, small wooden spatulas, glass capillary tubes for measuring viscosity, and calibrated blotter paper strips for gauging tack time. Clerks dip a fingerprint-sized blob of each gum into a dish of water at 80 degree timing, how long the paste holds under a small pressed weight. Mainstream postal science bulletins from 1854 document similar tests after early complaints of letter detachment, while historians still discuss whether these procedures formed early quality control protocols or remained ad hoc experiments run only by inquisitive clerks. Observing the hush as timers tick down, you feel postal precision balanced on a drop of moisture. A young correspondent approaches with a questionnaire, a handwritten survey sent by the Postmaster General in 1856 to assess gum performance across climate zones. Questions range from ease of sealing at 90 DGF to susceptibility to mold after 7 days and degree of stickiness at 70% relative humidity. Fringe postal anthropology theses quote these surveys as evidence of early participatory mail policy, while mainstream historians caution their patched-together nature and sporadic distribution. Historians still argue whether responses directly influenced subsequent import decisions or were filed away unread. Yet, seeing the clack of pens on parchment, you sense the earnest attempt to blend clerical feedback with administrative action. A gentle murmur rises as a veteran postmaster unveils the Imperial Gum Accord, a framed directive signed by both the Hawaiian monarch and the British consul. It stipulates a minimum of 20% imported Arabic on all letters bearing foreign postmarks, aiming to standardize postal materials in a rapidly globalizing world. Mainstream historical accounts mark the accord as symbolic diplomacy rather than enforceable law, while historians still debate whether enforcement ever occurred beyond Honolulu, or if rural post runners remained blissfully unaware. In that ornate frame, gilt-edged paper, and royal crest, you see how gum became more than adhesive, evolving into a cultural handshake between sovereigns and trading partners. A clerk rolls out a pamphlet titled Sap versus Arabic, a balanced perspective intended for public distribution at island post offices. Its pages outline gum sources, mixing ratios, cost comparisons per ounce, and sealing tips complete with illustrations of bamboo skewers and glassine envelopes. Fringe philatelic community lore suggests this pamphlet was printed in only 100 copies, making surviving examples nearly mythical, while mainstream postal archives list over 500 printed and distributed statewide. Historians still examine library catalogs for surviving copies to settle distribution questions. Holding a pamphlet's soft cover and feeling its slight moisture stain you, touch a fragment of postal pedagogy. Nearby, a merchant from Lahaina bargains with the clerk for a sack of cheap imported gum to resin coat his fishing nets, an unintended second use, testifying to gum's multifunctional appeal. He scoops a handful of Arabic crystals, tasting one like sugar candy before tucking them into his satchel, planning to soak them overnight and apply the resulting goo to nets. Fringe fisheries, histories claim Arabic-coated nets resisted biofouling better than untreated fibers, while mainstream marine technology journals dismiss such practices as hearsay. Historians still search coastal archives for references to net treatments. Yet, as you watch the merchant depart, you see gum's reach extending beyond letters to livelihoods. In a quiet corner, a tax ledger records gum import duties paid to the kingdom's treasury, differing rates for food-grade versus industrial-grade Arabic. Clerks note revenue spikes correlated with increased mail volumes, suggesting gum taxation became a lucrative sideline in postal economics. Historians still debate whether duties favored local agricultural interests by making imported gums comparatively expensive, but reviewing the ledger's neat columns and embossed stamps, you sense gum's fiscal footprint woven into the kingdom's coffers. A final demonstration draws the room's attention. A clerk challenges an apprentice to a tug test duel. 2 letter flaps, sealed, one with pure Arabic, one with pure sap gum. Each flap bears a small loop of silk thread. Each clerk pulls until the thread snaps, or the seal lifts. A hush falls as they tug in unison. The Arabic seal holds firm for 10 pounds of force. The sap gum seal yields at 8. Fringe contest accounts romanticize this duel as a courtly pastime among clerks, while mainstream technical guides deride it as unscientific. Yet, as the threads snap, and you feel the steady tension and sudden release, you witness gum's relative strengths in living motion. As lamplight fades and clerks gather their notes and spatulas, you linger by the barrels of imported and native gums. The room falls quiet, but for the soft clink of sealing jars being closed for the night. Mainstream postal historians still debate how gum imports reshaped Hawaii's postal economy, whether they forayed into embracing foreign standards or affirmed local botanical mastery, while fringe scholars trace genealogies of sap gum recipes through oral traditions. Yet here, in the mellow aftermath of settling barrels and spilled crystals, you feel the enduring stick of debate itself. You step out into the warm night, inhaling the mingled scent of eucalyptus from distant trees and the faint sweetness of fermenting sap. In your hand rests a small sample vial half filled with hybrid gum. Blend the recommended 50-50 recipe, resilient and golden. As you drift away under swaying kiawe boughs, let the soft pull of that seal, the taste on your tongue, and the echo of vigorous debate remind you that in Hawaii's postal history, gum was never merely functional. It was cultural, economic, and above all, a conduit of island identity, bridging tradition and trade. You slip into a quiet side room of the Honolulu post office, where shutters clap softly in the trade wind breeze, and papier-mâché posters of proper stamp care peel at the corners. Here unfolds sticky scandals, the whispered tales of postal misdeeds, double-licked seals, forged cancels, and clandestine re-gumming that rippled through the kingdom's mail network, an ambient intrigue you probably won't savor unless you've felt the prick of suspicion in every curled stamp edge and watched clerks furtively compare gum patterns under flickering lamplight. A low mahogany table is strewn with evidence letters bearing double-licked seals where overlapping gum layers glint in muted gold and faint ridges reveal the envelope's second sealing. You lift one such letter addressed to a sugar magnate in Halawa and run your fingertip over the fluted gum basin. Mainstream disciplinary reports from 1867 document multiple adhesive applications discovered on high-value dispatches leading to an official inquiry. Historians still debate whether double-licking aimed to reinforce seals against monsoon softening or to obscure tampering after prying eyes. But in your palm, each ridge feels like a fingerprint of deceit. Beyond the table, a framed forgery toolkit hangs on the wall, a set of finely carved wooden cancel stamps missing the correct date, imprint a chipped ivory spatula, and a vial of dark brown ink used to simulate official postmarks. Fringe philatelic crime chronologies assert these kits belong to smuggled mail bandits who re-canceled stamps to reset postage validity, while mainstream postal court transcripts mention only unauthorized implements seized during a 1872 raid. Historians still argue over the frequency of such forgery rings, whether they thrived in urban backstreets or were largely anecdotal. But as your eyes linger on the chipped spatula's worn edge, you sense each tool's silent promise of mischief. A clerk emerges from a hidden alcove, whispering of the great Honolulu stamp theft of 1871, a scandal in which dozens of 5C blues vanished from vault stocks. Rumor held they were found soaked in breadfruit sap gum in the drawer of an aide to the Postmaster General. Mainstream insurance ledgers record a loss of 1/200 stamps valued at nearly $60 and a brief suspension of vault access privileges for senior clerks. Historians still debate whether the aide's removal stemmed from political rivalry or genuine suspicion, but hearing the vault's iron door click closed behind you, you feel the weight of concealed intrigue pressing against polished stone. On a nearby shelf rests a row of canceled covers, stamped twice once with the correct Honolulu date and again faintly with the Juneau, Alaska imprint. Clerks trained their eyes to spot these rogue recancels when mail circulated between the islands and American territories. Fringe, cold case stamp journals suggest clerks once excavated hidden diaries, tracing recanceled covers back to a shadow postal network smuggling rice and opium. Mainstream trade records, however, cite no direct evidence of opium traffic via postal routes, and historians still puzzle whether double cancels reflected honest error or covert commerce. Holding a cover marked both June 15, 73 and June 16, 73, you feel the gulf between certainty and conjecture yawning beneath faint ink halos. A hush falls as a veteran postal inspector displays a confiscated re-gummed sheet, a full page of 30 Browns, whose gum, upon careful scraping, reveals two distinct layers, one pale and crusted, the other glossy and fresh. He tilts the sheet under a small lamp, exposing subtle color shifts where the new gum mixed with old sap pigments. Mainstream forensic guides from the era outline re-gumming detection techniques using blotting tests and smell profiling. Gum, Arabic, carries no vegetal aroma breadfruit. Sap does yet. Historians still debate how rigorously such methods were applied outside central offices. Watching the inspectors' measured tests, dab, sniff, blot, you taste the tension between trust in process and the allure of illicit repair. A second clerk passes around an anonymized complaint file, its pages threadbare from repeated readings. One entry recounts an outraged merchant finding his letter to San Francisco bearing an extra 20 C cancel, an 11 CR surcharge cleverly concealed beneath a second gum coat. Fringe merchant memoirs describe heated confrontations in the post office courtyard, with fists raised over perceived extortion, while mainstream legal archives note only an administrative reprimand. Historians still argue whether such surcharges enriched corrupt clerks or remedied genuine rate calculation errors. Yet, as you scan the file's faded script, I demand justice for swollen postage. You feel the merchant's fury echo through decades. In a glass case, a replica of the infamous Canoe Bandit's letter, draws a small cluster of onlookers. The original letter, supposedly dropped mid-voyage from a canoe off Molokai, washed ashore days later, bearing an add-on 5C blue glued over the torn flap beyond official closing hours. The replica's tattered flap and mismatched gum layers tell a story of desperation and ingenuity. Mainstream recovery logs confirm the letter's arrival triggered an island-wide search for canoe freighters, while historians still debate whether the bandits' goal was smuggling messages or testing postal reach. As you gaze at the replica's frayed edges, you sense maritime lawlessness brushing postal formality. You step closer to inspect a battered whistleblower pamphlet pinned to the wall, exposing postal corruption in Oahu, it proclaims in bold type. Its yellowed pages detail allegations against Mr. K. Nalani, senior clerk, accusing him of forging postmarks to inflate late fees and pocket the proceeds. Fringe local press historians suggest this pamphlet circulated hand-to-hand among factory workers, fueling public outrage. Mainstream historical critics note no court record corroborates widespread public protest, and historians still analyze whether the pamphlet's claims reflected one man's vendetta or real abuses. Reading the pamphlet's vivid language, each extra lick funds his lavish evenings. You feel the fierce indignation that birthed it. A hush falls as you overhear a secret meeting behind velvet curtains. Two senior clerks, deep voices, hushed, compare notes on paint-matching ink used to forge official P.O. Honolulu cancellations. They laugh softly over carefully as one admits he once stamped letters twice to collect return postage fees on mistaken domestic labels. Fringe postal noir novels immortalize these confessions in dramatic courtroom scenes, while mainstream historians find scant evidence beyond anecdote. Historians still debate whether these meetings produced tangible reforms or quietly reshaped office loyalties. In that silent back room, you sense the uneasy interplay of camaraderie and conspiracy. Nearby, a young apprentice displays a booklet of redemption receipts, tiny vouchers issued to villagers whose stamps failed tack tests after double-lick scandals. Each voucher inked on thin bark paper, entitled the bearer to a free reseal service at the post office. Fringe folklore suggests these redemption lines snaked around banyan trees at dawn, while mainstream reports mention them only in passing. Historians still discuss whether redemption services originated as goodwill gestures or remedial measures for clerks' mistakes. Yet, as you turn a small voucher's crumbly page, you feel both the office's contrition and its pragmatic adaptation. A veteran inspector then presents a catalog of official apologies, handwritten letters from the Postmaster General to foreign governments for forged cancels found on diplomatic pouches. Some letters bearing perfect 25C. Hawaiian stamps carry re-gummed edges and clumsy over-inked cancels. Mainstream diplomatic archives confirm two such apologies sent to Washington, D.C. in 1878, while historians still debate whether these were forced admissions or strategic acknowledgments to preserve international goodwill. Reading the clipped prose, we regret any inconvenience caused by irregular postmarks. You sense the fragile balance between protocol and error. Across the room, a small group pores over a forensic instruction scroll, an early manual for detecting sticky crime. It illustrates gum ridge identification, cancel ink, spectrums, and the proper angle to sniff for botanical residues. Fringe forensic philately conferences resurrect these scrolls as foundational texts, while mainstream experts caution that actual manuals were likely classified and destroyed. Historians still search national archives for surviving copies, but here, in dim lamplight, you feel the script's crisp authority. Should gum show two distinct adhesive strata, assume re-gumming. A final hush descends as a clerk unveils a sealed envelope marked "Evidence, do not open," bearing a perfect, rain-ruined smear pattern reportedly replicating a forged claim that stamps, washed by storms, still adhered. The envelope's flap is glued with a thick layer of tragacanth gum, apparently intended to mimic water-resistant sealing. Mainstream examinations in 1882 deemed the claim fraudulent and exposed the ruse as an attempt by a courier ring to pocket mailers' compensation fees for lost by weather. Historians still debate whether these compensation schemes ever paid out and how entrenched courier fraud became. As you lift the envelope and feel its daunting gum bulge, you sense the lengths unscrupulous actors went to game the system. As the evening deepens and the room's shadows grow, long clerks gather the scandalous artifacts, double-licked, letters, forgery tools, redemption vouchers, and lock them in a steel cabinet. The heavy key turns with a decisive click, sealing away half-spoken secrets. Mainstream governance records note periodic destruction of sensitive materials, while historians still lament how much evidence vanished under official secrecy. Yet in that single click, you feel the weight of both concealment and caution. You step back into the main hall, carrying the faint echo of silent whispers and the memory of sticky conspiracies. In this realm of sticky scandals, you've witnessed double-licked seals, reinforcing deceit, forged cancels, muddying trust, re-gummed proofs, challenging authenticity and redemption rituals, offering balm. Scholars still argue whether scandals drove postal reforms or simply fueled rumor mills. But in every layered ridge, every mismatched ink blot, every hushed confession, you sense the enduring stick of human ambition and the fragile beauty of trust, sealed and occasionally broken. You slip through the low doorway of a remote missionary outpost, perched on a wind-swept cliff above the Pacific, the faint cry of sheer waters mingling with the creak of wind-bent koa beams. Here unfolds missionary mailboxes, where simple wooden chests bore the weight of hope, doctrine, and gossip, an ambient hush you probably won't conjure unless you've felt the grain of aged kukui wood under your fingertips and heard the soft thud of letters dropping into gaps carved by reverent hands. A rough-hewn mail chest stands against the earthen wall, its weathered planks bound with coconut fiber rope. Its front panel bears a hand-painted sign, Lika no ka ohana, letters for the family, faded by salt spray and sun. Mainstream missionary records note that by 1845, outposts as distant as Ni'ihau and Molokai installed such boxes to gather letters between monthly supply schooners. Historians still debate whether these boxes originated as practical gathering points or as overt symbols of community unity. But as you brush your palm across carved initials from decades of visitors, you sense both purpose and pilgrimage in that fraying wood. You lift the hinged lid hinges, fashioned from bent tortoiseshell fragments, and peer inside. A handful of bark fiber envelopes lie nested, some tied with colored raffia, others sealed with breadfruit sap gum, still tacky as dawn mist. You hear the soft thump each envelope makes as you lift it out, a reassuring heartbeat in this wind-whispered stillness. Fringe oral histories claim that early missionaries decorated these boxes with carved whales and angels to protect letters in stormy crossings, while mainstream art historical surveys find no consistent iconography across sites. Yet the echo of lost carver's knife feels sacred here. Beyond the chest, a worn pulpit bench serves as an impromptu desk. A missionary wife, her hands ink-tipped from cataloging letters, sets out a small reed mat, arranging envelopes by destination. She murmurs over each address in hushed Hawaiian, Ka'ena Kaluakoi Wainiha. Mainstream correspondence logs confirm that outpost custodians kept meticulous registers of inbound mail, noting sender name, date, received, and intended schooner departure. Historians still argue whether these registers functioned as formal postal ledgers or as private journals of communal life. But as you trace her gentle script, you feel the ledger's dual purpose: bureaucracy folded into personal memory. A steady trade wind rustles through the open window, lifting stray scraps of kalawao ministry notices pinned nearby. One notice invites congregants to mail day gatherings at dawn, when villagers brought letters to the box before departing to fish or tend goats. Fringe folkloric accounts describe these gatherings as mini festivals. Children raced to post their letters, first earning a coconut for crossing the threshold, while mainstream ethnographers note them simply as logistical convenings tied to supply boat schedules. Historians still debate how much ceremony accompanied practical mail drops. Yet, as you watch locals slip envelopes through the chest's slot, you sense communal choreography, blending need and celebration. A slender iron key hangs from the chest by a length of braided pandanus cord. Every other week, the station keeper unlocks it, retrieving letters in a soft, deliberate ritual. You follow her fingers as she turns the key, its teeth clicking against a hidden latch, then lifts a small drawer beneath the main box to reveal the gathered correspondence. Mainstream supply ship manifests describe key turning as part of the keeper's duties, while historians still parse whether letter retrieval aligned strictly with ship schedules or with lunar calendars tied to traditional kapu. Either way, that key's gentle click-click resonates like a benediction on each letter's journey. You collect a stack of thrice-folded dispatches, noticing each bears a small palm leaf tag stapled with a split kukui nut pin. The tags indicate intended schooner stops, some bound for Honolulu, others for Lahaina or Hilo. Fringe missionary memoirs claim these tags once carried hidden messages and knot patterns, a code used during tense intertribal periods, while mainstream correspondence analyses dismiss such knot code tales as romantic overshoot. Historians still wonder whether these tags ever served secret purposes or remained purely logistical. Yet, as you tug a tag free and smooth the envelope's flap, you feel history's weight in every fiber. A lantern set on the bench casts a warm glow on a small iron-rimmed notice board listing mailboat arrival dates, scrawled in charcoal, May 3rd. HMS Ariel, June 15th, Morning Star. Below, a caretaker scribbles today's date on a fresh sheet, mailboat tomorrow, and tosses a fragment of colored cloth beside it to draw attention. Mainstream nautical directives note supply jetty notices as crucial for isolated outposts, while historians still debate whether local notice boards doubled as public bulletins for other community news. As the lantern flame flickers, you glimpse life's rhythms measured by stamps and sails. You step outside under starlight to the beach launch point, where a small schooner lies beached at low tide, its mast silhouetted against phosphorescent foam. The outpost's male chest keeper approaches a coil of thicker rope looped over her shoulder and tucks the dispatches into a watertight barrel. She seals its lid with a palm strip dipped in copal resin, then ties the barrel to a buoy for morning retrieval by the mailboat. Fringe maritime logs recount barrel-sealed mail surviving even capsizings, while mainstream accounts detail such barrels strictly to protect letters from salt water. Historians still debate how often barrels lost or delayed mail versus preserving it. You watch her solemn ritual, the barrels thunk into sand, echoing like an oath. By dawn, the morning sky blazes gold as the mailboat's hull slides into shallows. Crewmen detach the buoyed barrel, haul it aboard, and unseal it for inspection on deck. You step forward to witness as the station keeper lifts letters into bright sunlight, each envelope unfolding like a lotus bloom. She calls out recipient names, each in turn accepted by villagers gathered in a half moon on the beach, then pins stray letters on a woven coconut leaf rack until recipients claim them. Fringe community memory chronicles recall some villagers left letters unclaimed for years, hung on racks as devotional offerings, while mainstream postal reports record unclaimed rates rarely above 2%. Historians still explore how unclaimed letters mirrored social ties or neglect. But as each villager steps forward to retrieve a letter, you feel the exchange's poignancy mail as bridge between oceanic isolation and human bonds. Later, back at the outpost, you help sort return-to-sender notes into a second box. Each note bears the chief's red ink stamp and a terse phrase, "Cannot locate addressee." You affix a small patch of sap gum over each flap face down, so no one glimpses the postal rebuke. Then drop them back in the northeast chute for the next boat. Fringe ecclesiastical writings demonize return to sender as spiritual judgment, while mainstream postal guidelines treat it as courtesies of administrative closure. Historians still question whether chiefs ever intervened in letter redirections. Yet, handling each returned missive with care, you sense a measure of compassion woven into official procedure. As afternoon light wanes, a small circle forms around the mail chest for the weekly letter prayer led by the outpost's chaplain. He lifts a weathered dispatch to his chest and intones a blessing. May these words carry grace across waves, and may hands that receive know aloha. Congregants bow their heads, palms pressed, as the chaplain drops each letter back into the chest. Fringe anthropological studies suggest such blessings serve to invoke divine protection over fragile messages, while mainstream histories of mission stations note no formal ritual, leaving scholars still split on its origins. Yet, as you feel the warmth of joined palms and hear the chest's soft thumps, you understand ritual's power in sanctifying the act of dispatch. Outside, the wind carries the distant chant of kolea birds, their cries a mournful hymn to travelers. You return to the chest, lifting a final letter, its edges worn, its envelope ink-smudged. Beneath its flap, you find a small pressed fern frond, a keepsake from a remote valley. You slip it into your pocket alongside the dispatch, carrying both letter and memory. In this world of missionary mailboxes, you've handled letters sealed in chapel rooms and barrel-launched, at dawn witnessed rituals as varied as ink blessings and buoyed barrels, and felt the hum of community bound by wood sail and faith. As the day's last light recedes, you close the chest's lid, its hinges humming softly, then step back into the outpost's glow. The columella wood and coral bead posts around you hold silent witness to every letter deposited, every ritual enacted, every seal pressed in hope. Scholars still debate how much these box rituals shaped island bonds versus simply serving postal function, but in your calm breath and humming heartbeat, you know that here at the edge of land and sea mail, was more than messages. It was living grace, carried in carved wood and sealed with aloha. You find yourself aboard a bracing windjammer, slicing through choppy Pacific swells, its teak-planked deck slick with spray, and its rigging singing in the breeze. Here unfolds traveler tips and tricks. The hard-won advice passed among mariners and missionaries alike for keeping stamps stuck through salt, sweat, and storm, an ambient lexicon. You probably won't master without tasting the tang of seawater on your tongue and tracing the ghost of dirt-smudged gum beneath your fingertip. As dawn light streaks the horizon, you join a half-circle of travelers gathered around the captain's cabin companionway. A grizzled old chief mate, his coat patterned with dried salt crystals, produces a small brass compass case repurposed as a gum carrier. He unscrews its cap to reveal half a dozen hardened, gleaming dabs of breadfruit sap gum, each carefully rolled into a cylinder about the size of a man's thumb. Never trust a damp stamp. He rumbles, his voice low-pitched as the anchor chains clank. Always carry pre-measured gum, no more, no less. Too little and it won't stick. Too much and it'll gum up your kit. Mainstream sailor notebooks from the 1850s corroborate this practice, listing sap sticks alongside flint and tinder in standard sea bags. Historians still argue whether sap sticks preceded imported gum shipments or arose from necessity when shipments ran low. But as you tap a cylinder beneath your palm, you feel its firm promise of adhesive readiness. Nearby, a missionary school teacher from Oahu unfolds a rubber sponge pouch, a small leather bag holding several natural sea sponge cubes. She dips a cube into fresh rainwater collected in the ship's deck cistern and squeezes, wringing moisture, onto an 8 C's orange stamp. Sponges regulate moisture, she explains, dabbing each stamp's back in a light, even pattern. Too much water, and the paper warps too dry and the gum flakes off. Fringe, philatelic journals of the era praise sponge dampening as the gentlest method, cautioning that direct licking in high winds risked ocean spray contamination. Mainstream postal guides mention sponges only in footnotes, but surviving school curricula include sponge tutorials for young correspondents. As you acclimate the sponge's balanced dampness, you sense the meticulous care honed in dusty classrooms, translated seamlessly to rolling decks. The ship's carpenter strides past, carrying a teak wood salver, engraved with a simple wave motif. He tips the salver so its slightly convex surface catches dew from the rigging overnight. A passenger scrapes dewy moisture into a small porcelain water dropper, then uses it to test each stamp's tack on the salver before sealing. Morning dew's softer than rain, he quips. Never fill your dropper from a cask. Always harvest dew. Fringe nautical almanacs recount tales of captains sailing through the doldrums, reliant on dew catchers to maintain stamp seals, while mainstream meteorological logs dismiss dew harvesting as fanciful. Yet, as you watch droplets bead on teak grain and funnel into the dropper, you appreciate the craftsman's keen eye for subtle differences in water quality and its impact on gum performance. A young deckhand hustles forward with a bundle of sea breeze parchment packets, thicker weave envelopes treated with whale ocean grease to repel salt spray. He rubs each envelope's exterior lightly with the grease, then affixes stamps with sap gum. Wrap letters in parchment, he advises breathlessly, then wax, seal over the flap. Salt spray slides right off. Mainstream maritime dispatch protocols recommend oilskin wrapping, but mention parchment only as cargo packing. Historians still debate whether travelers widely used parchment packets or if only savvy mariners adopted them. As you feel the slight tack of whale grease under your fingers, you sense boatboard ingenuity keeping communication lines open even in gale-blown decks. A missionary couple shares a sea salt test. They press a tiny pinch of coarse sea salt onto a trapdoor slate inside a narrow ship's tobacco tin, then pop the lid on it overnight. They place the next day's stamps inside. If salt crystals dissolve overnight, it indicates humidity too high for reliable adhesion without extra care. Plan your sealing schedule. The wife says, smoothing a 13C green onto an envelope. If tests fail, wait for sun hour or seal inside the cabin. Fringe shipmate manuals laud early humidity indicators as lifesavers, while mainstream shipping records note only reliance on barometric readings. Yet, as the salt tin's faint rattle punctuates the deck's creaks, you feel a calm confidence in calibrating your postal timing to the ocean's breathing. The ship's cook ambles by, carrying a tin mug of flaxseed oil, inviting curious passengers to dip fingertips before sealing stamps. He explains that a light film of flaxseed oil on envelope flaps creates a micro-seal beneath the gum, anchoring it through sweat and salt. Mainstream food preservation texts reference flaxseed oil's drying properties, but postal manuals dismiss oil gumming as too oily. Historians still debate whether oil layering ever caught on beyond isolated bartering, yet, as you swirl a drop of golden oil over paper's edge and press a 2C red in place, you sense hidden layers of experiment woven into everyday practice. On a raised hatch, a ceramic-lined tray holds small shards of lava grit mineral sand, harvested from the deck's chip pan. Travelers toss a pinch onto a parchment's gum side before pressing, creating micro-abrasion points that improve tack. Grit gives grip. A sailor instructs flattening grit with thumb. Fringe craft hack diaries recommend grit over pumice for maritime contexts. Mainstream postal guides warn against paper abrasion. Historians still parse whether grit etching remains an apocryphal tip or saw genuine use. Yet, as grit pricks under your skin, you marvel at Island Rock's handshake with island sap. A solemn missionary nurse offers a herbal rinse made from crushed mamaki leaves, rinsed in fresh water and brushed over stamps before gum application. She swears mamaki's tannins stabilize sap gum, reducing mildew. Mainstream botanical surveys cite mamaki as medicinal, not adhesive, while historians still search for references to botanical rinses in medical logbooks. Yet, inhaling mamaki's grassy scent as you seal a 20C orange, you glimpse the convergence of healing traditions and postal care. As the afternoon sun shifts, the chief mate rings a small bronze bell, the sealing hour signal. Crew pause mechanical tasks and gather for a seal care workshop on the quarterdeck. Here, the carpenter demonstrates a handheld drying fan made of tied pandanus strips. The cook shows his oilskin letter pouch lined with waxed canvas. And the mate explains a tongue test method, pressing a moist stamp to the roof of the mouth for 10 counts to gauge adequate gum hydration. Fringe vocational guides praise such workshops as communal skill shares. Mainstream maritime training manuals barely mention formal seal care sessions. Historians still debate whether these gatherings serve discipline or camaraderie. But as wind-shaped reeds sway overhead, you sense community fueling every polished tip. Later, in the captain's quarters, you unroll a faded linen sealing map sketched by a traveling merchant. It charts best sealing practices by latitude coral ink gum blends in low tropics, mixed sap Arabic blends in windward belts, oil coat envelopes above 20 degrees N. The map's legend bears bitingly humorous notes. Here, gum turns to soup. Watch for spinner whales. Mainstream sea trade almanacs note climatic variations, but lack detailed sealing charts. Historians still hunt original sketches. Running your finger along map folds, you feel the traveler's data distilled onto a single cloth, a testament to shared experience. As dusk settles and the wind softens, a final tip emerges. Ride the mail after supper when temperature dips and humidity eases, making seals firmer. Travelers sworn to moonlight rides recall smoother gum holds under cooler air. Mainstream mail schedules reluctantly accommodated evening sailings, while historians still debate whether moonlit mail runs became formal policy or remained a fringe recommendation. Yet, as lamplight glimmers on melted wax, seals you sense the island's rhythms, postal maritime lunar, woven together by those who braved sea and sky. Finally, you stand on deck under a scattering of phosphorescence, clutching your stack of letters sealed through wind spray and swells. Each envelope, oil-anointed, sponge-softened, grit-etched, sap-charged, carries the wisdom of countless voyages. As the wind carries the hum of rigging and the lapping of waves, you close your eyes, tasting the salt and sap mingled on your tongue. In this realm of traveler tips and tricks, you've learned that postal success at sea demanded equal parts chemistry craft and communal lore, and that every drop of moisture, every grain of grit, every whisper of oil told a story of human ingenuity against ocean's challenge. You step into the cool interior of a newly painted postal depot, its walls bright with fresh notices proclaiming gum, Arabic, now available. The scent of sawdust mingles with lingering sap gum tang, marking a turning point in Hawaii's adhesive saga. Here unfolds transition to modern gums, where imported adhesives arrived en masse, and whispered the end of tongue-moistened seals, an ambient shift you probably won't feel unless you've tasted both breadfruit sap and European gum Arabic side by side, then watched clerks tuck away their licking sponges for good. A long counter of polished koa wood gleams under electric lamps as a clerk in a crisp New England-style waistcoat holds up a small vial labeled Pure Gum, Arabic, borax treated. He pours a few translucent pellets into a warmed porcelain dish and adds distilled water. Within moments, the crystals swell into a clear, odorless gel. Mainstream postal import records confirm that by 1875, shipments of gum Arabic from India and Sudan totaled over 500 pounds annually, chosen for its neutral taste and consistent tack. Historians still debate whether the kingdom subsidized imports to curry favor with British merchants, or simply responded to public demand for less tongue-sticky seals. But as you dip a finger into the gel's cool clarity, you sense a revolution in every bead. Beside the gel dish, a row of pre-moistened gum strips awaits display. Thin, glassine-backed strips bonded with gum Arabic pre-cut for one-lick convenience. The clerk tears one strip free and shows you how to peel and press it over a flap without a single tongue touch. Fringe philatelic innovation tales claim these lick-and-stick tapes were marketed as early as 1870 to American travelers seeking hygienic alternatives, while mainstream postal circulars credit Hawaiian Post Office for pioneering local manufacture by adapting European designs. Historians still argue whether these strips sprang from local inventiveness or arrived fully formed from overseas catalogs. Yet, as you affix a strip to an envelope, you feel the cradle of modern convenience above the old-school ritual of soak and lick. A gentle hum of conversation drifts from a small gathering around a demonstration table piled with empty stamp sheets. A visiting gum maker from San Francisco pours a beaker of thick French gum Arabic solution into a shallow tray. He then uses a handcrafted brayer to apply a perfectly uniform layer of adhesive to the backs of stamps. The roller's wish-wish against stamp paper contrasts sharply with earlier manual brushstrokes. Mainstream printing press logs note that large-scale gum Arabic coating presses became standard in the 1880s, boosting production to meet growing mail volumes. Historians still debate whether local mint workshops adopted these machines or continued hand-coating until mechanical goomers arrived. But as the brayer glides, you sense the hum of industrial progress, smoothing over artisanal wrinkles. At one end of the depot, a showcase features advertisements for European gum brands, Imperial Gum, Arabica, and Royal Victoria Adhesive, each boasting purity and uniformity. A clerk points out how the ads emphasize no tongue required. In bold type, a hint at hygienic sensibilities rising in the late 19th century. Fringe social history accounts link this shift to Victorian etiquette manuals decrying public spitting, while mainstream cultural studies note rising sanitation ideals in urban centers worldwide. Historians still examine whether anti-tongue campaigns influenced postal policy or if postal reforms merely followed broader public health trends. But as you read the slogan, you taste both progress and a touch of moralizing in every printed word. A visitor from Maui steps forward, holding a breadfruit sap gum vial with a wistful sigh. She places it gently on a display pedestal draped in a tapa cloth, as if retiring a venerable elder. "We honor you," she murmurs, tracing its rim. A plaque explains that sap gum use persisted in remote stations until the 1890s, when supplies dwindled and imported gums proved more economical in bulk. Mainstream outpost logs note breadfruit sap fell out of favor for its mold-prone nature under humid conditions, while historians still debate whether local growers lobbied to sustain sap gum production or simply watched tradition buckle under market forces. Yet, as you feel the sap gum jar's cool glass, you sense both respect for heritage and the inevitability of change. You lean against a quarantine desk where clerks disinfect letters arriving by overseas packet, rinsing stamp flaps in weak carbolic solution before drying them with cloth. This sanitization, introduced in 1886 to combat contagious diseases, strictly prohibited tongue use. Mainstream health policy circulars mandated antiseptic sealing methods for quarantine mail, while historians still argue whether such measures targeted real health threats or whipped up moral panic. As you sniff the faint antiseptic tang, you understand how public health concerns propelled gum Arabic adoption and sealed the fate of lick-and-stick tradition. Nearby, a veteran stamp collector, hunched over a tea-stained album, lifts a 2C's red. Its gum, sun-faded, partially flaked from sap decay. He passes you a pristine gum Arabic sealed example beside it. "See the difference," he whispers. Fringe collecting circles prize gum Arabic specimens for their longevity and clean margins, while mainstream philatelic manuals celebrate them as more desirable mint stamps. Historians still chart collector trends to gauge when gum Arabic sealed issues overtook sap-sealed ones in catalog valuations. Yet, as you weigh both examples in your hand, you feel the tactile passage of time embossed into two distinct textures. A hush falls as the Postmaster General steps up to deliver remarks. He unfolds a crisp, bilingual edict, appointing gum Arabic as the official adhesive for all government mail, effective January 1st, 1890. His voice echoes across the depot. In the interest of public health efficiency and uniformity, we adopt gum Arabic as our standard seal. Let breadfruit sap's era rest peacefully in history's embrace. Mainstream government gazettes preserve the text, while historians still analyze whether this decree directly spurred local sap gum producers' decline or simply formalized a broad trend. As the general's words ripple through murmured assent, you sense ceremony anchored in practicality. A clerk emerges with a small gift box containing a commemorative 2CR red stamp sealed with hybrid gum, one half native sap, one half imported Arabic. A nod to our roots, he says. Fringe philatelic commemorations note this souvenir struck in 1895 to mark the transition's 5th anniversary, while mainstream stamp catalogs treat it as an obscure variety. Historians still dispute how widely the commemorative circulated, or if only a few dozen survived. Handling the split seal gum Arabic's glassy half, a budding sap's matte grain, you taste unity and discord bound in a single stamp. In a quiet corner, a young clerk runs a small pH test on sap gum remnants scraped from obsolete gum bins. The acidic sap registers around pH 5, while a control sample of gum Arabic reads neutral pH 7. Fringe postal chemistry treatises celebrate sap's acidity as natural sterilant that once inhibited microbial growth, while mainstream conservation scientists note that acid also degrades paper over decades. Historians still debate whether long-term archival stability favored Arabic, or if sap gum artifacts retain significance despite decay. You nod at the data, recognizing that science often complicates nostalgia. A group of missionary ladies in crisp collars gathers around a gum Arabica recipe pamphlet, a stapled sheet listing best mixing ratios, 1 part Arabic to 2 parts, water heating guidelines, and storage tips. Keep in sealed glass jars. One reads aloud. Fringe philatelic history blogs reproduce the pamphlet as a recipe for modern hobbyists, while mainstream postal museums hold sanitized copies behind glass. Historians still catalog these pamphlets to trace instructional dissemination. Yet, as you carry a copy folded in your pocket, you feel the comforting rigor of standardized practice replacing ad hoc innovation. A rumble of wheels and the distant clip-clop of horse teams draws your attention to a long row of mule-drawn postal wagons, each bearing crates of gum-sealed letters destined for rural routes. Clerks load the wagons under the depot's awning, each letter bearing a uniform Arabic seal gleaming in morning light. Mainstream rural delivery reports applaud the shift for reducing mail complaints, while historians still assess whether rural riders miss the sap gum era's personal touch. Yet, as you watch the wagons roll away, you sense a new age steered by consistency over character. Finally, you step toward a small exhibit case housing the last known intact jar of breadfruit sap gum, its contents darkened and thick after decades. A plaque cites it as circa 1889, imported by missionary supply schooner. You hold your breath as you lift the lid, an almost reverent gesture and inhale a faint residual tropical sweetness. Mainstream urban legends claim a single drop remains sticky, while historians dismiss any hope of cohesive seal after so long. Yet, for a heartbeat, you feel sap's stubborn legacy clinging beneath varnish of modernity. As dusk settles and electric lamps hum to life, you stand amid peeling posters urging embrace the new gum era and shelved vials of sap gum jars gathering dust. Scholars still debate whether the transition to modern gums improved mail service more than it erased a cherished island custom. Fringe traditionalists mourn the loss of personal ritual, and historians continue to weigh economic, health, and cultural factors in this adhesive evolution. But as you leave the depot under a sky humming with electric streetlights, you carry both tastes on your tongue, the wild sweetness of sap gum and the refined clarity of Arabic, a bittersweet testament to Hawaii's postal journey from intimate lick to industrial strip. You stand amid the gentle glow of lamplit display cases in Honolulu's tiny philatelic museum, where rows of framed stamps and worn letters line the walls like silent testimonials to a vanished ritual. Here unfolds legacy of the licked stamp, the enduring imprint of tongue and sap on Hawaii's postal heritage, an ambient echo you probably won't grasp unless you've traced the faint ridges on century-old gum, tasted the ghost of tropical sap on your tongue, and felt the nostalgic tingle of personal touch in every sealed envelope. Before you, a glass case holds a first issue 2C/red stamp, its gum mottled and cracked around the edges. A small placard notes that this very stamp, once moistened by a missionary's tongue in 1851, traveled by paddle canoe from Honolulu to Hilo, a mainstream fact confirming Hawaii's earliest adhesive postal issues and the integral role of personal sealing in establishing the kingdom's mail service. Historians still debate whether these first licks were conscious acts of sovereignty or mere necessity, but touching the frame's cool glass, you feel connection to those pioneering moments when gum and breath forged island unity. Beside it, a breadfruit sap vial, sealed under a small dome, preserves the sticky legacy of local adhesive traditions. Fringe botanical lore suggests breadfruit sap sealed not only envelopes, but also spiritual bonds, ancient kapu prayers embedded in every seal, yet mainstream ethnobotanical studies confirm only sap's adhesive proteins and carbohydrate content, leaving the ritual dimension to scholarly debate. As you lean in, you imagine a monk scribe chanting over sap coatings, infusing each letter with silent blessing, an intangible heritage echoing through sap's sweet tang. A long paneled exhibit traces the evolution of sealing tools from bamboo spatulas to glassine gum strips, brass daubers, to automated rollers. You examine each tool's worn handle, feeling the grain of koa and the hollows rubbed smooth by countless hands. Mainstream curatorial records credit these tools' adaptation to changing adhesive materials. Breadfruit sap giving way to gum Arabic brushes, replaced by rollers, while historians still argue whether technological adoption drove cultural change or simply followed shifting imports. Yet, as your fingers hover above a chipped bamboo spatula, you sense the tool's dual function as both instrument and relic, bridging savored, ritual, and industrial precision. A framed instruction leaflet from 1875 illustrates proper tongue technique, flat tongue press, even gum distribution, light seal. Beneath a scribbled margin note reads, "Use do not raindrop KS." The note's anonymous initials, historically attributed to Kina'u Stevens, long rumored to serve as unofficial seal quality inspector, spark fringe intrigue, while mainstream postal historians caution that such attributions rely on anecdotal diaries. Historians still debate whether trained inspectors ever roamed post offices, or if quality checks remained collective endeavors. Yet reading that scrawl, you feel every clerical hand that labored to uphold sealing standards, a collective legacy etched in ink and gum. In a dim corner, a small digital kiosk loops video interviews with descendants of 19th-century clerks, their voice trembling as they recall grandparents describing licking my thumb anecdotes. A portly granddaughter describes how her grandmother insisted on just one flick of the tongue to ensure no air trapped under the seal, a fringe family lore piece, while mainstream oral history projects confirm only that many families held postal service work in high esteem, ensuring traditions passed down generations. Historians still sift through these oral accounts to separate memory from myth, but as you listen to their laughter and sighs, you feel the human warmth behind archived stamps. The centerpiece of the room is a massive scrapbook belonging to a retired postmaster, its pages thick with envelope flaps and postmark rubbings. Each entry notes the sealing method, date, and event stamps licked at coronations, at market festivals, at church gatherings. Mainstream museum catalogs praise the scrapbook for its rich contextual detail, while historians still debate whether the scrapbook's collector simply channeled private passion or represented an early example of postal ethnography. When you gently turn its brittle pages, you feel the pulse of communal memory, every lick a timestamp of human connection. On a pedestal, a delicate scale model canoe holds a miniature mail chest brimming with tiny envelopes, each bearing a crisp little gum ridge. A label proclaims this diorama replicates canoe mail networks, where letters sealed by tongue traversed reef channels before steamboats arrived. Fringe maritime postal reconstructions dramatize this as an epic of island perseverance, while mainstream logistics studies note canoe mail's limited capacity and eventual eclipse by steamer routes. Yet standing before the model, you sense both the romance and realism of that transitional age when tongue and sap bridged sea and machine. A glass dome encases a single, final lick stamp, the last literal lick applied in 1890 before pre-moistened gummed strips became king. Beneath a quote from a local newspaper, we bid farewell to the moist seal, but not to the moist memory of island tongues. Mainstream press archives cite this farewell in editorials, urging hygienic progress, while historians still mine such editorials for the cultural undertones of stamping ritual's demise. As you gaze at that solitary stamp gum ringed in light, you feel both the end of an era and the vivid nostalgia it inspired. Along the far wall, a timeline mural charts key events: 1851's first lick seal stamps, 1875's introduction of hybrid gums, 1890's formal adoption of gum Arabic, 1919's first airmail flight, 1930's mechanized postage meter era. Moments like shafted teeth of history, each event marked by a tiny gum-ringed icon. Historians still debate which milestones mattered most, technological leaps or cultural continuity. But as you follow the mural's arch, you sense the profound legacy of that everyday act, the humble lick. A final interactive display invites you to apply a modern analog. You press a smooth glass pane, exhale, warm breath, and watch a digital seal activate a brush of virtual tongue moistened by your biofeedback. The screen then offers options: sap gum, Arabic strip, or direct lick. As you choose direct lick, the digital envelope flutters closed with a soft pshh. Mainstream educational platforms hail this as engaging heritage preservation, while historians still debate whether digital replicas can capture the physical and emotional textures of classic seals. Yet, as you step away, the gentle echo of that virtual click lingers a bridge between tactile past and pixelated present. You turn toward the exit, carrying in your mind the faint residue of sap and salt, the echo of hushed debates over gum types, the laughter of philatelists uncovering lick fingerprints, and the royal quiet of Lili Wokalani's final seal. Scholars still argue whether the licked stamp shaped Hawaii's national identity more than modern adhesives ever could. But as you walk through the museum's final archway, you sense that every sealed letter, tongue moistened, sponge softened, strip pressed, or digitally clicked, remains a testament to human intimacy behind every dispatch. In that resonance, the legacy of the licked stamp endures a moist testament to Aloha's binding embrace. Slowly close your eyes and let the museum's hushed air wrap around you like velvet. Feel the soft echo of the final psht as digital lips sealed virtual envelopes. Let that gentle click, the quiet punctuation of connection, linger in your chest. Recall the 2C red lick seal that bridged Honolulu to Hilo by paddle canoe, the regal press of Queen Liliuokalani's tongue sealing sovereign whispers, the rustic bamboo spatulas smeared with sap and salt. Each memory rises like drifting pollen on tropical breezes, tools, rituals, and tongues woven into Hawaii's story. Breathe deeply, drawing in the faint tang of breadfruit sap, mingled with imported gum, Arabic. Exhale slowly, releasing the hum of debates over sap versus Arabic, the whisper of double-lick scandals, and the soft patter of canoe barrels bobbing in dawn's glow. Let these echoes settle like fragrant dust on your eyelids. Imagine your own fingers pressing a small sap-tinted envelope closed, feeling the paper's gentle resistance, the gum's embrace. Sense the warmth of that connection, the heartbeat of community sealed in a single lick. Consider how technology rose, rollers, strips, digital clicks, yet always carried the imprint of those first wet seals. Now drift beyond museum walls to salty night air where stars wink like pinpricks on dark velvet. The past's saliva-streaked stories fade into moonlit hush as you cradle the memory of every sealed word. Rest now in this quiet, cradled by Hawaii's postal lullaby. Let the legacy of the licked stamp guide you into gentle slumber, trusting that even the simplest seal carries aloha's promise across time and tide and